Okay, I think I'm all set up. Except for, we started the game and maybe started voice attack. Let's do that now. Good morning, everybody. Voice attack. And what else we got? Actual Elite Dangerous would be helpful, I imagine. I am very slightly tired this morning, but we will do our best. Alright, let's change this back to voice activity. There we go. Alright. And then we will go to Elite Dangerous. And we will grind our way to victory. But apparently there is a new bounty hunting community goal, which I should get involved in at some point. A little bit of profit. Maybe drag Dad into as well on the other account. Which hopefully he's been playing, but I haven't checked in like a day or so, and he hadn't done anything over the last 4 days when I checked. But his Coriella station is over 50% done with 2 weeks left to go. So he is on track, I guess. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Always takes such a long time to decide the servers are up.
What an interesting person you really are.
Ooh, alright. We'll be making slow but steady progress on claiming the 6th system in Elite. Alright. We have... I think we're getting close to 30% done. That is a Coriella station, so if it was like an outpost at the beginning, that would be in the 90% done kind of range, I guess. So yeah. Let me just oh no, it's fine when I'm looking directly at the screen. Alright. Boom boom boom. Off we go. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Why it always takes so long to load in the first time? I honestly feel like the 10-year-old architecture of their base game is struggling with like the feature they've unleashed with colonization. A little bit. But maybe I'm wrong.
All
Maybe it's
systems prepared.
maybe it's always been this slow and it just feels slower nowadays. Alright. How are we going on colonization service? 28%? Yeah. As I said, we're getting pretty close to 30% done on this. Alright. Colonization megaship. I need a long-range bounty hunter. Something that can fit some decent stuff in it, plus a fuel scoop and Guardian frameshift booster. Maybe that's what I'll do with the Corsair. Can't afford to buy a Corsair this week because it's real life money, but
Frameshift drive charging.
I just need something that's a good bounty hunter that I can get around the system and when there's like community goals and stuff. Not have to
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
jump the fleet carrier back and forth.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
Ooh, exit point telemetry. Alright. And of course I am on the wrong screen, aren't I? Let's fix that. There we go. That's a little better. I'm very bad at that. It's because I'm very sleepy when I start streaming.
Frameshift drive charging.
Don't forget, this liner is the top 1% of all liners out there. Okay. I'll take your word for it.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Whee!
Warning, temperature critical.
It's not critical, it's only 90%. It's probably not even hot enough to fry an egg on the dashboard. Oops.
Frameshift
I
drive
accidentally
charging.
fire off a heat sink anyway, but I mean... Sirens in the distance. Don't know if you can hear that.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
A little too faint for me to tell if they were police or ambulance, though.
Hull integrity is
Or
within
fire
limits.
department.
All other systems are at normal levels.
Hey, Robbie, how's it going? You having a good weekend?
Frameshift drive charging.
Ooh, E-level's critical. Just turn that alarm off.
Four, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
How's your trip out to, like, Colonia and Sergei going? Went to a little airport cafe, watched the planes come and go, and had a nice lunch and coffee. Oh, that's... Ooh. Gotta have a little coffee fit there. Yeah, that's a nice way to have lunch. So they like commercial style planes or like little like private planes or a mixture of stuff? Colonia and Sergei done, heading back to Seoul. Nice.
Orbital flight engaged.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the city I live in has an airport, but I'm not quite sure if it has a cafe there. Yeah, my week's been alright. Work has been about the usual, like too many projects, too little time, but... And then I did that Repo collab yesterday, which was fun, even though I died a lot because I never played the game before. And... yeah. I've been hanging out with my partner as well. We watched Moana 2 last night, sort of after dinner. And yeah, no, it's been
Landing gear deployed.
about the usual for the week, I suppose. It tends to be the case once you're an adult and you're working and stuff that all the weeks are somewhat similar.
Disengaged.
Unless you get up to something particularly exciting on the weekends. Unfortunate reality of life, I guess. When we're here, we should check out this new community goal and what the rewards are. Defeat the pirates at Planetary Rings of Darn Kid Station. Insufficient. Yeah, that happens as well. Like you can sort of, you sort of get an interest in something, and you play around with little projects in your spare time, and then sometimes that interest sticks, sometimes it fades. Oh, you rode your motorcycle with your friend though, so more exciting than normal last week. Nice. Alright, so what do you get for this? You get a fully engineered A-rated kill warrant scanner with fast scan and long-range modifications. I mean, that's worth going there probably and killing a few pirates. Imperial Clipper Empire it's a kit paint job and one for the cutter as well. Can I sign up here? Can sign up. Maybe we'll do that towards the end of stream.
Cargo
I need
vault.
14,000 steel. Alright. Start the primary ports. And off we go.
Retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
So one thing that did happen during the week though, which was quite nice, was that my partner has a tendency to she has a tendency to stress about stuff.
Frameshift.
And
charging.
it's very bad for her when that happens. She has a tendency to doom spiral and not be able to break out of it very easily. It's normally to do with her family because they were pretty shit when she was younger. And they still are pretty shit, but she doesn't have as much contact with them now. And so she was doing the whole doom spiraling thing, and I was trying to figure out how to break her out of it. And then I ended up messaging my boss one morning during the week and just saying, like, well, my partner's in this situation. She's currently asleep, but she'll be awake around lunchtime, and I thought maybe I could take the afternoon off and try and get her out of her headspace. And my boss was like, yep, sounds like a good plan. Go for it. And so, yeah. So when she woke up, I basically said, I've got the afternoon off. Do you want to do something?
Frameshift drive charging.
And she basically said she just wanted to hang out on the sofa and cuddle for a couple of hours. So we did that. And she's been in a better headspace ever since. So that was nice.
4, 3, 2,
As much as my work annoys me with their project management style. Yes, Riper Sniper. That's the point I'm about to make actually. As much as my workplace annoys me with their project management style, where I end up with too much work on, they are quite good at realizing that their employees are human people with lives, and sometimes those lives get messy, and they're quite supportive of, like, if something's going on. Alright. There's been times where I've ended up supporting a family member in the ER until like 3 AM in the morning, and I've just messaged my boss before I go home to go to sleep, basically saying I won't be at work and I know that's going to be fine. You know, like they're just gonna like explain the situation in a text message at like 4 AM in the morning, and when I wake up I know there's going to be a reply that says, you know, yeah, that's fine, take the day off, basically.
Optimal levels. Readying for exit.
And it's not even just the one boss. It's been like 3 or 4 bosses. I've worked at that place for quite a while, and there's been 3 or 4 bosses there, and they've all been like that. It's just the culture there,
critical.
and they're good at hiring people that fit in with that culture. I mean, the workload kind of sucks from time to time, but the people are good.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yes, it is a Kiwi-based company. Yeah. I'm not gonna name it, you know, because I'm not gonna dox myself, but The company I worked at before that one was fucking terrible though. It was also a Kiwi based company. So as an example, that company put me on review when I was working there as a developer, and they were like, all right, we're gonna develop cool advertising. This story won't be as much. They were like, we're gonna develop this this new website, and we're gonna take a new approach to it. And so like there's a whole new coding language and stuff, and so they gave us a 1-day course on it, and then they gave me a list of tasks to get done in the week, and I got to the last one about like Thursday morning or something, and I was like, and then by about Thursday lunchtime I was like, okay, I'm not getting this done this week, this last task, because it's just too big. So I went to my team leader and I was like, ooh, you know, like, here's this task you wanted me to get done. I've done the rest. I won't get this one done. It's about 3 days work as far as I can estimate, and I only started it this morning. And then I got racked over the coals for not informing them in time, and I was like, well, I hadn't really got my teeth into the task, and then I got racked over the coals on this performance review for, like, they gave it to somebody else, and that person took 3 days to complete it, so my estimate was right. And then they essentially racked me over the coals for doing the hardest task last, so that I wouldn't know it would take me more than the time I had allocated. And I was like, this is a whole new approach to something. Do you normally learn something by doing the hardest task first? Is that how that works?
Frameshift drive charging.
And they were like, and I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. No surprise that company bled senior developers and then junior developers as well, like someone who's just lost an arm, basically. They were absolutely terrible.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at level.
I apologise for the ear-piercing bark from my dog. She would like to go outside. Give me a second and I'll take care of that. I'll be right back. Yeah. I turned around and it turns out the outside door is open, so that's not what she wants. She wants a pet. She wants some attention. Don't you, girl? Good girl. There you go. Nice big pet. You're normally the less clingy of the two dogs. There we go. Alright, I think she's happy now. She'll probably go crash on the sofa for a little bit. She's an older dog now, like all silver around the muzzle and face and stuff. Alright. System colonization ship, here we go. So other stories from my previous job, I mean, this was a good 15 years ago, include the time that they decided that they'd taken on too much work, which we'd known about for 6 months because all the developers were telling them they'd taken on too much work. And so they decided to do a system where if you got your project completed on time, there was a payout bonus that could be applied at the discretion of the project manager. So the payout bonus would be applied, but who it was given to and what percentage was at the discretion of the project manager. So essentially it was to reward people for doing extra work, extra hours and stuff. And I was getting a bit disillusioned with the place at the time, so I didn't opt in for too much extra hours or anything. And it turned out that was a good thing, alright? Because our project was supposed to be completed by like the end of October. We completed it by the end of October, our team. And then we were like, alright, so about their bonus payout, and the upper management went, oh, so we're holding the bonus payouts until, because a couple of projects that were supposed to complete around your time got extended out till like closer to Christmas. And they're like, but we promised the payouts will happen before Christmas. And we're like, okay, that's a bit shit, but alright, we'll live with it. And then they went, oh, well, no, the payouts, one other project got extended due to complications, so the payouts won't happen until that project is completed. That project is not happening until, it's not been completed until the end of January now. And we're like, well, this is getting really shit. And then they went, we've also decided that no payouts for any project will happen unless all the projects meet their milestones. And we're like, wait, hold up. We don't have any control over anything that happens to that other project. Why are we being held to... yeah. And then they're like, why is everyone quitting?
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
And at one point they were like, we're taking on another new project and we need everyone to, we're going to need most people to give up half their evenings and weekends, and we were on salary, so no extra pay, for the next like 4 months to make sure that we get it in on time. And we're like, wait, this is your starting project management timeline? That's not going to happen. So yeah, some companies are great and some companies here are terrible. Alright, let's go pick up some more stuff. Whee!
Frameshift drive charging.
So it's starting to get to be a little bit annoying. It's like 4 jumps back to the... 4 jumps back to the mega ship went empty. No, I don't live in Auckland. Are you from New Zealand, Rifle Sniper, or Ripper Snipple? Don't know why I went Rifle Sniper, Jesus Christ. That was terrible reading of a name. I do apologize.
Frameshift drive charging.
I am terrible with names, to be fair.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Where are we going? This way? Greato. My dad has got back into playing this game. He was complaining that he always had to fly around the sun whenever he was going somewhere and jumping in. It's like, yes, that is how a straight line works, old man.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like you want to travel to a place, like you don't jump to a system and then turn around and jump back out the exact same way you came in.
4,
Navigation for next system.
2, 1. Engage.
Well, you know, moderately straight. My dad was keen on computers back in the day when I was a kid, but his skills have sort of not kept up, I guess, in some ways.
Temperature.
So he's happy to muck around on the computer, but like it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes if like his sound goes on Discord or something and then you've got to try and talk him through it over the phone.
Charging.
I have taught him how to share his screen on a Discord call though, so that helps.
Vector.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Ironically, my dad is also, well, kind of been a truck driver. And also, morning Ed. Or evening for you. Right, he's like, my brother drives trucks. My brother drives big trucks for like places that, you know, ship big loads of stuff. So in the past it's been like logging trucks, refrigerated food trucks, that kind of stuff. My brother will drive those. My dad can drive those type of trucks, but often what he ends up doing is he drives, well, before he retired anyway, he drove various different types of trucks as part of a job. Like he was a groundskeeper for a while when I was young, and so he was driving around like groundskeeping trucks with lots of stuff on it, like big groundskeeping for a university. And then he was delivering Portaloos in Queenstown for a while and other bits and pieces, right? So like he gets jobs where having a truck driver's license would get him in the door, but it's not the only aspect of the job, I guess. But what I think got Dad into computers is he was dating a lady when he was young before he met my mum, right? And they split up but stayed friends. And she started dating and eventually married a guy who was heavily into IT. Like he worked as a security consultant for the government early on in IT time. So he was quite an interesting person to talk to. One of his most interesting stories, which definitely would not fly nowadays, was that apparently he was working for a government department, and he got, he was having arguments with his boss, right? And his boss, if he thought he was going to get laid off or fired or whatever, he just wasn't getting on with his manager. And so he wrote some code into their payroll system, which was on-premise custom job at the time. And basically then if his name ever left the payroll system, the system would crash, essentially. And then his manager quit, left, he got a new manager on, they got on like a house on fire, and he completely forgot about that until he quit to go to a new job. And so he was having a little bit of a holiday between quitting his old job, starting his new job, and he gets a frantic phone call from his company going, his old company going, I know that you've quit and you're no longer employed here, but our payroll system has crashed. And we'll pay you to come back and fix it. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he clicked and he's like, oh, shit. And so they paid him $15,000. He went back there. He sat down in the room, took out the code he put in, then mucked around for another like 2 hours to make sure that it looked like he was actually investigating and doing stuff. And then he, rebooted the payroll system, said, I fixed the problem, collected the money and left again. Which would definitely, you definitely don't do that anywhere you work at nowadays. It definitely would not fly, but that was a long time ago. And no, I'm in Malaysia, but a few friends have Kiwi ancestry, and my dad was in New Zealand around the time I was born. And he was significantly impressed with the place. Also, like it or not, Kiwi and Maori culture has a way of self-promotion that is not immediately easy to explain until you get to understand it better to realise its innate strengths. Also, the hidden truth or face news aspects of the Kiwi society, too. Yeah, I mean, like everywhere in the world, there's good things and bad things about New Zealand, right? Like, yeah, 2 out of 1, you're not the sole demon. 2, there's no version control, otherwise not recommended. Yeah. Wait, did I hand in?
Engines engaged.
I must have handed in. Oh no, this is Trailmates a Dream, I'm picking up. Okay, request docking.
Docking request granted.
That's already done.
There we go. So the story of like Maori and Pākehā relations in New Zealand, Pākehā being the white people, or the non-Maori people, I guess, it's quite interesting, right?
Successful.
Because it happened a little bit later than like what happened with other countries, right? So we like European settlement happened here quite a bit later than like anywhere except for maybe Australia, I suppose. Yeah. So there was originally a desire to work with the Maori people, right? So it's quite an interesting story. So I will tell it for the other viewers of the channel. Ripper. So there was, you know, like white people showed up and the Maori tribes were kind of like, well, this is interesting, you know, like they have these big ships, they can carry a lot of trade goods, and we can see some benefit, you know, and they've got interesting, they've got like, you know, muskets for hunting and other stuff. So there was a desire to work together, and the European settlers here needed like the Maori knowledge in order to get started and stuff. And then there was But what I don't think the Maori understood was like some of the early settlers were like, can we bring other people over to your tribe lands? And the Maori were like, yeah. And then like huge big ships full of people arrived, and they were like, that was not quite what we, like just ship after ship after ship of people. And so they were like, maybe we should have clarified a few things. And then there was a town up north that was originally one of like the key white European settlement areas, which was Russell. And that became known as the Hellhole of the Pacific. It was just completely lawless, it was horrible. And the Maori tribes were like, well, these people aren't our tribe. We don't have any authority under them in the way like they understood like tribal authority and stuff, right? So they're like, we should go to their leader. And so they actually went over like and saw the King of England at the time. And were like, you do something about your people, like they're running amok. And there need to be laws and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there were clashes and stuff, right? But mostly at this point, people were getting on, I think. And there was some cannibalism and stuff in the Maori tribes. There was also some, from all reports, there was also good aspects to the tribal cultures as well, right? Like there was a lot of respect for the elderly, for children, and for women as well. That wasn't really present in, I guess, Europe, English culture at the time. I'm not going to speak for all of Europe, but the English culture at the time didn't have a lot of that. Like, like kids were working in factories and yeah, it was very class-based over there. Which is why a lot of the European settlers came over here. They were trying to escape the class-based system. Right? Like, wasn't any land to be had over in England, but over here they could come and claim land to be landowners and stuff. And then they tried to bring that system with them, even though they were trying to escape it, which is weird. So yeah, good aspects and bad aspects of the Maori tribes, right? Like everything is a nuanced story. And then, so they went over there and said to the King of England at the time, King George, whatever he was, we need you to have some sort of control. And he said, well, in order to do that, we need to have some sort of treaty with you in order to have some sort of authority in New Zealand. Right? Like, otherwise we don't have any authority there. And so there was a big push from the tribes that went over to get this treaty sorted, and they went back and they got it written up and they got it translated to English by European settlers over there that worked with the tribes, like missionaries, I think mostly did it, like Christian missionaries. But like, I mean, there's translation differences, right? And I don't know that those were intentional. I don't think they were. But essentially, the Maori version of the treaty said that Maori would give up governance, but of the country, but retain ownership of like their own lands and stuff. And in the English version, it said that the Maori conceded sovereignty of the country, which is a different thing, right? And again, I don't believe at the time that was a deliberate screw up. I mean, maybe it was, but it could have been accidental, so I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt there. And then, so the treaty got taken all around the country. Most of the Maori didn't speak English, and even if they did, I don't think they spoke it to the level where they would understand words like sovereignty, right? Like, because it had been this is still relatively very early on in Maori European sort of cooperation and that. And then they basically,
Key systems.
most of them signed the Maori version of the treaty. Some tribes didn't sign it at all. There's like a tribe in the Ueras, Ngāti Tahu or something like that, that didn't sign it. Even by Maori standards, they were, at the time, they were elusive. They were like the people of the mist, really, very rarely seen. Very elusive tribe that kept to themselves. And
Frameshift drive charging.
then, yeah, so it got signed, and things were going all right for a while, and then the Governor General got sent over, and he was quite racist and quite thing. And so he got an opinion from some lawyer who was also quite racist, that the treaty was null and void because you can't make deals with savages. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about by today's standards, right? By today's standards, you look back and you go, cannibalism isn't something that we particularly think fondly of. But, I mean, it was not uncommon in various tribes around the world, right? So, yeah, different cultural things. There was issues with eating human brain, though, I think, where you can get some sort of prion disease or something that is degenerative and fatal. So that's definitely
Charging.
all around negative, that part of it, but yeah. So at the time, like, they'd also signed a lot of stuff into so cooperation was happening good, and then the Musket Wars happened. So what happened is this chief, I think it was Honehiki, went over to see the King of England, right, after the treaty was signed, because he was interested. I mean, and Maori were at the time using like European ships and trading all around like Australia, Europe, all over the place. They were like trading across the Pacific to America. They're basically taken the technology the European settlers brought with them and said,
Critical.
"Ooh, we're going to run with this." Not that their ship-going technology, like the Wakas and stuff, that got them to New Zealand was bad. It just didn't carry as much cargo as the big European ships, that's all. Like, they were actually very good ocean-going vessels. And so they were sailing all over the place trading, and Honehiki ended up back in England, and over there he got shown a demonstration of like musket fire by a group of soldiers. And before that, the Maori tribes had muskets, but only sporadic supply of muskets, and so they're mainly using for hunting and stuff. And he was like, "Oh, I see how this would be very useful for warfare."
Frameshift drive operating.
So King George of England gave him a whole bunch of jewels and stuff as a gift for coming over to see him and visiting and stuff, right? Like one of the great chiefs of New Zealand. And before he left England, he sold all those jewels and brought muskets, and then he went back and waged war against tribes that his tribe had beef with in the North Island of New Zealand, and then he decimated the nearby tribes that he had issue with, because they just weren't expecting like sort of tactics with like large amounts of muskets. And so then the nearby tribes were like, all right, we need to get our hands on muskets as well. And then the Musket War happened, and so the Musket Wars where the tribes were fighting each other, and then like the Governor General that was sent over that was racist, he was like, well, you can't make a treaty with savages. So he was, very. So the treaty basically got shoved into a drawer and ignored for a period of time, and Europeans started claiming Maori like tribal lands and stuff. And then there was like wars essentially around a lot of the central North Island and other places with the Maori tribes. And the Maori tribes are actually very, very good at like defending their paths and stuff. They like had trenches and tunnels and all sorts of stuff. They were very, very hard to very hard to get out, but just the sheer weight of numbers of European soldiers flooding into the country, or like English mostly soldiers flooding into the country, just kind of tipped the balance over. And then for a long period of time, like 80, 100 years, something like that, it was like, you know, like Maori wasn't allowed to be taught in schools and yada yada and so forth. And the Maori culture was squashed. And then after a period of time, we sort of went, shit, that's, you know, like, you know what it's like, you sort of look back on history and go, that was not great. Probably should not have done that. And so there's been efforts to try and redress that now. But like even just for 100 years or so of doing that, it really put Maori on the back foot in terms of cultural development. And like, wow. Like you know, like they didn't have any wealth, didn't have any land, and that kind of thing has an impact. So there's been efforts to try and redress that. But there's still tensions.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So we have like a we have a part of the government that works to look at Maori treaty stuff, right? Like, and it essentially looks to try and redress broken parts of the Treaty of Waitangi, which is what the treaty was called, Treaty of Waitangi, which is Waitangi was the area where all the chiefs gathered to sign the treaty and talk it through. And so yeah, well, there's like the government will give land back to the tribes. They'll give money back to the tribes. They can only give land that's in public ownership. And then they will, a lot of land is tied up in conservation estate, national parks and stuff. So sometimes there'll be conditions that'll like, so the people I talked about, Ngāhi Taho, the people like the tribe that was very elusive, they were sort of part of the North Island up around Gisborne area, and they have Urua National Park up there, which is this like big national park. And so Urua National Park was given back to the tribe with an agreement that it would still be a national park and still be open to people accessing it, and that the tribe would work with the Department of Conservation to manage it, but it would be in tribe ownership, that kind of thing. But there's still a lot of tensions in the country around that. But it's probably not as bad as like the American, the Native Americans and, you know, the US and like the tribal estates and the Trail of Tears, all that kind of story. And I think part of that is because like the settlement in New Zealand happened later, and even at the time there was more of a desire to work with the local tribes than just to try to like take over, and then until it kind of went haywire. But I mean, I'm just relaying what I was taught. I wasn't around at the time. I'm not quite that old. So we handed in. Let's see. All right. So it is an interesting story, though, right? Like when you look at what happened to the Aborigines in Australia, like the Native Americans in the US, and what happened with India and various parts of Africa early on, like it's definitely, for all that went wrong, and a fair bit did go wrong, it was definitely a bit more of an attempt to be an attempt to not be like aggressive colonizers and stuff. At least initially, anyway. Alright.
Landing gear retracted.
Who's coming up in front of me?
Engines engaged.
Ow. Ooh. Oh look, Ed has joined the game. Alright, we should probably actually plot our path. And also, bear in mind that it's been a while since I've been taught a lot of all this, so some of the facts may have changed, and my memory may also be a bit iffy. Right, so grain of salt, everything, right? I think it was a TV show. What TV show? I think it was QI, like that English TV show that said that
Frameshift drive charging.
that their facts don't stay facts, and over the life of the show, like a lot of the things they thought were correct have changed. So things they say were facts in the early part of the show turned out to not be quite as simple.
2, 1, engage.
Checking systems now. Complete.
But yeah, there's been a drive to try and restore Maori culture a fair bit, like, you know, more use of Maori words in TV and on news programs and stuff. Like a Maori TV channel where there's like TV shows in Te Reo Maori and that kind of stuff. So there's been a push to try and
Navigation.
redress what happened for those 80 to 100 years where it all went down the drain.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected. Is
But like every country, there's still a big chunk of the country, or, you know, I don't know how big, a vocal chunk of the country that are, you know, like sort of somewhat racist and whatnot. And it goes both ways, right? Like, you know, there's some European
Drive charging.
Pākehā people that very do not like the Maori, and there's some Maori people that very much do not like the Pākehā.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Key systems are at optimum levels, readying for exit.
What the? Over there. That was weird. Trying to find out what was making that whistling noise. I don't see any notifications on my phone. What was that? Not even sure if that whistling noise was heard on stream or not.
Frameshift drive charging.
I don't have on microphone. Oh, on Discord, I guess.
Sounded like a bird? Yeah, I know. It sounded like a notification on my phone. Let me just check a little bit better. It's just usual stuff on the phone. Not a few notifications there, but I'm not sure when they showed up. They don't. Phone doesn't normally make that noise though. What the? Listen, phone. Behave yourself. I think it is my phone. Maybe there's an update that turned on a notification noise or something. I think my phone's so old that it's out of updates though. Ah, yes, but the difference is we're colonizing systems that don't have anyone in them. Just like if you showed up, if you were like sailing around back in the day and you found a whole bunch of like islands or something where no one lived on them. It's not a problem to move in. We're not harming any native stuff. Why are you barking at me again? Come here. The door's open, you've been fed. What do you want? You want another pat? Come here, then. Oh, look. Coco stole your spot.
Docking request granted. Scan detected.
What? I patted you. It's just auto docking. Come here. Come here. Come here, pup. Are you barking because the other dog is in the way and you're trying to get outside?
Landing gear deployed.
I can open the door a bit wider for you. Alright? How's that? Is that what you want? Alright.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I opened the door, the other dog moved, and now she's going to lie down in her spot. That's what she wanted. She wanted me to move the other dog so that she could lie down and in her favorite spot for sunbathing. For fun, I actually considered joining Xeno friend groups during the whole Thargoid discovery phase of Elite just to complicate things with dedicated Xeno hunters. It's an interesting little thing that goes on there, right? Like I've seen people actually having genuine arguments online, like on like Twitter and stuff. Yeah. We're just two people basically. So grab titanium. That being said, I did work out the other day that between myself, Ed, and my alternate account, we were either claimed or working on claiming like 16 systems.
Jesus, really?
Yeah, I think. Well, you have like 6, don't you?
Yeah, I have 6, yeah.
Yeah, so this is my 6th system here on this account. Working on claiming. I'm working on claiming the 4th on the other one. So that's 10 for my 2 accounts and 6 for yours, 16 systems.
If you count in that your dad's system, that's 17, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually respectable, to be honest. In what, like 2 months?
Yeah.
Oh, less than 2 months.
There is definitely like, all right, Ripper. Let me demonstrate for a moment. So, up around here, which is where we headed off to. If I go to up here, and we look backwards a little bit. It's actually surprisingly hard. Okay. Oh, here's one right here that I marked up. So this one, this system hasn't been claimed, and if you look into it, it has a number of things with ground bases, couple of gas giants with rings where you could create an asteroid base or something like that in those. I think it's got like middle rich and icy, so you can create an ice asteroid base, no problem. It's not the biggest, best system ever, but it's in no way, shape, or in no way, you know, a bad system. This planet here has three ground bases and 4 orbital slots. I've never seen 4 orbital slots before, as far as I know. It's got the primary port, slot 0. Wait. Slot 0, slot 1. Is the primary port not its own slot? Or does the primary port not count as slot 0 or slot 1 and just counts as a... That's interesting. So as things are expanding outwards, right? And I mean, I heard tell that people were like the Distant Worlds 3 expedition stuff was expanding out like 1,500 light years, and they were like halfway there or something. And so, and then there's people
Pretty
that.
much what I just wrote in chat.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. So, yeah, Distant Worlds Group has colonized like 1.5k of systems the last month or so. So they're heading towards somewhere, right? Where was it they were heading towards?
They are heading towards the Bernard's Loop,
Bernard's Loop, right?
which is like 1600 light years away.
So they were going that way. Bernard's Loop was... I think I saw it over there somewhere. And there was another group that was heading its way out to Polaris. And then there was those...
Yeah, but they are already done. There is another, the AXI was heading towards the Pleiades.
But my point is they were heading towards a goal, right? So they're heading in a direct line, right? which means that they're not paying attention to a lot
More
of...
or less.
Yeah, they're not paying attention to nice systems like hanging off that line, right? So you just follow that line out to somewhere and you'll find any number of amazing systems to colonize sort of on the way. That'll be within
Yeah,
like...
but you don't even have to head in that direction. Pick pretty much any one direction you want, and there will be plenty systems to claim.
Yep. Absolutely.
Plenty nice systems to claim.
Yes.
Is what I meant to say.
Yeah, and like, I mean, on my
You know,
other...
400 billion star systems, so have fun.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about... I don't know if I can see it or not. Hold on. Give me a second here. Like on my other account, which is a little bit less ambitious than this one, right? Most of the systems I've been claiming have been relatively medium-sized systems, right? Small to medium-sized systems. Definitely enough that you can develop the system up. So we take a look at some of them. It's not even all that far away. Look at that. So this is the first system I claimed, and it's got like 3 suns and a bunch of weird stuff. No ring planets, but a bunch of asteroid belts that I could build an asteroid base in if I wanted to. So on this, you know, other account I have. And then... Whoops. I didn't want to plot route. We'll fix that in a moment. And then I claimed this system because it had like some rings, and particularly this one at the end, it has an icy ring if I wanted to create an ice asteroid base. So, you know, and again, not the hugest, not the biggest system in the world, but it can still do a bunch of stuff there. And a little bit more off, a little bit more heading out. I don't have the system data for that one, so I can't show it. But that was a little bit of a bigger system, I think, but not huge by any way, shape, or form. Yeah, and that is actually fair enough. And then again. And then this is the one I'm currently working on, which will probably be the final system for a while I claim on this account as well. This one just because it has 2 volcanic worlds, which I thought was kind of cool. Do you have a vague strategy you might use if you're trying to get in a hand at being a colonizer but in no hurry? Yeah, I mean, it's likely to change, right? Right, what was I doing? Where am I? I am at Trailblazer Dream. I have brought stuff. Okay. Like at the moment, I think the economy is screwed. Economy stuff. Last I heard anyway. Which I'm hoping they fix relatively shortly.
Retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged.
Because we're building this Tier 2 this Coriolis station is above a rocky body with landable and sort of it's landable where you can build ground facilities on it. So what I'm hoping is that they fix the colonization stuff and I can set down a refinery hub under this station once it's built. And we won't have to jump like you know,
Leaving system.
5 times or so to get back with steel and titanium and aluminium and stuff.
I am already jumping 5 times.
Scanning for anomalies.
Yeah.
None detected.
But as we keep, I mean, like, I think Ed has got some plans to keep building out a little bit more.
I found a system nearby that has 2 volcanic worlds, so I like that.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's reasonably close to the one that you are claiming now.
Yes. I went and actually had a look, and it was quite nice. I'm not going to show it on stream.
Charging.
But, yeah. It was quite good. So that would probably be a good 6 jumps to get back with a full load of stuff. Right? So,
Very likely.
yeah.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
So I'm really hoping they fix the economy stuff. I can just drop a refinery hub down on the planet under this Coriolis. And then we've got a station with large landing pads that will have refinery goods
Frameshift drive charging.
and provide a closer point to supply that stuff. But we'll see what happens. Has your tier 3 station still got an economy, or has it gone back to...
I did not dock on it since it got built.
Fair enough.
I was mostly looking into
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
things about the updates from journal files that I mentioned a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, by the way, they are as inconsistent as ever. It's just funny thing. I'm not using it at the moment, so I don't really much care. But in the event where it tells you what the colonization ship and/or construction project requires, the I guess I could call it variable name for the material name is all lowercase and has an up like it's a continuous string, so it has no spaces, which is fine.
Confirming exit point.
But it's lowercase and ends in underscore name. When you look at in your cargo content, the placeholder variable has no starting $sign, no ending colon. There is no suffix underscore name.
Frameshift drive charging.
And when you look at the event that tells you how much you delivered to that station or whatever colonization ship, the variable is capitalized.
Right, so
Like,
it's hard to match.
Why? Yeah, like why? Why are they doing this?
Yeah, I get that. Like, annoying. Like, yeah, they can make it match. It wouldn't be that hard. Alright, Ripper. I think I'll be more interested in coming back to hardcore exploration as a coming out of retirement goal, as I don't expect huge changes to the game's mechanics in the future. And maybe 90% or more friends and contacts will never return to the game. Yeah, so I don't know that I would expect huge changes to the game's mechanics, but they're definitely actively developing the game now, where they weren't for like a couple of years, I guess.
Yeah, besides the Thargoid combat got update, now Trackers got an update. You probably could expect the exploration part of the game get an update soon-ish, PM.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when we find out what the big update is they have planned for the end of the year. Well, assuming it's a big
very
update.
much interested.
Yeah. Because I haven't even seen...
Especially, Stalingrad.
Okay. I was going to say, I haven't even seen anything like come out. I think Frontier have kind of learnt that if they shove stuff into their game files, and release preparation stuff, people will look through that. Like, that's how people realised that colonization was going to be their update at the end of last year, quite early on. Like, people weren't 100% sure, but they were like, there's stuff in here for colonization. It seems like it's a recent addition to the game files. And so that's what we think the update is going to be.
The colonization stuff was there since 2015, 16. They just added few more strings related to base building in 2022, 3-ish. But yes.
Yeah, essentially. So yeah, I haven't seen anything speculative around that kind of thing going, oh, they've added this to the game files, so we think this thing coming at the end of the year is going to be this feature, right? Which means that maybe Frontier have been a little bit more cautious and devious this time, keeping things under wraps.
I mean, either that or they are just so far. The update is just so far away that none of it managed to make its way to the game files yet.
No, surely not. We already know that they accidentally pushed stuff to production.
Well, my point exactly.
For those that aren't aware of what we're joking about, I'm guessing almost 2 weeks ago, the economy stuff and where the system colonization works with economies and stuff got massively changed, with no information being put out by Frontier on it, and it caused a lot of people a lot of headaches. And me and Ed were joking that some developer accidentally pushed a code to production when it was supposed to go to test or something like that. And then like 5 days later they reverted it all and were like, oh, we didn't mean to make that live. So that's literally what they did. They accidentally put it to production. And it seems they've reverted from what other streamers have been reporting. It seems they've reverted more than just the changes they put in. They've like kind of killed the entire economy.
Yep, pretty much.
Docking successful.
Now none of the stations respect the rules around planets or, you know, but as the previously was explained, the economy by building on planet and around the station where you were, that you plopped in. Now that doesn't work. Allegedly.
Yeah. Yes, so there is that. Well, I imagine they're going to fix that, right? So I imagine what they accidentally released. Yeah, I mean, I imagine what they accidentally released to production is probably what they were working on. It just wasn't production ready at the time. And so it may get some tweaks and other stuff added to it. But the idea of that each planet or body will have some sort of economy type, I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being a thing that happens.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
It does require work because currently it generates combinations that cancel each other out, as in as far as material production and or consumption goes.
Yeah, I think they need to lower. So there's like a value that gets added to everything, like based on what you've done. Like, you know, like, so like a planet gives this much weight towards its economy type. I think they need to lower the weighting of the planet so that it's easier to overwrite it with and make it almost like not important once you start building things actually on that planet to customize the economy. If that makes sense, right? So like, yeah. So you say like a planet weighs in like 5%. Whereas in like a settlement is like 40-50%, and an actual hub, which is more to do around like tweaking the economy, is like 70-80% or something like that. That's what I think will happen. Anyway, I wanted to reply to Ripper's comment. He started playing ED in 2015. So I'm an old hand. I've seen many failed improvements and many persistent bugs and imbalances. I no longer let it wipe me out. I play because I still value the potential beauty of the game, having played the first ever original Elite on school computers. Yes, my dad played the first ever original Elite. I played Elite 2, I think. I may have played the first one, I can't remember, when I was young. And yeah, like it was fun, right? Like the graphics weren't very good. There was all very polygons and stuff, but it was fun. And you're right, like there's whenever they release a feature in Elite, it ends up being a little underwhelming in some ways, right? Like fleet carriers are a little bit underwhelming. Ground-based, like on-foot stuff is a little underwhelming compared to what it could be. But in terms of the base game, right, Elite is one of the best space combat simulators you'll find in terms of like ship flight mechanics, space combat mechanics, that kind of thing. So there's this core game there that is absolutely amazing at what it does. And then there's like various things that have been added on that are either a bit well, either are flat out terrible because there are things like telepresence multi-crew, which just doesn't work properly half the time, right? And no one ever used it much, so that they never really developed it any further, or it just doesn't live up to the potential. Like fleet carriers are fine, but there was potential there for more and that kind of thing. As me and Ed have talked about on streams in the past, there's potential here with the colonization to be able to like hire NPCs to work on construction things for you and that kind of thing. So
Landing gear retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged.
let's catch Ed. Is he faster than us still? Oh, are we still faster than him? We were faster than him at one point.
Let me try at least run. Well, apparently you are still faster than me.
Very slightly. I'm gaining.
By about 30 meters per second. Yeah, you are topping out at 494 and I'm topping out at 469. So yeah. you are
Whoa,
still
that
faster.
was... Whee! That was a bit jerky.
Yeah, I opened the system line galaxy map, so
Ah, okay.
piecing, you know. Yeah, I can't really make my ship any faster anymore. So
Yeah, not quite sure why mine is. Especially since I'm a little bit heavier with like weapons and stuff on board.
Frameshift drive charging.
I have weapons too.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I slapped on 6 or whatever many hard points this ship has. Multi-cannons.
Ah, so you can now have fun with pirates as well.
Not sure if I can kill them, because, you know, I have no shield. But yes.
4,
Yeah.
3, 2,
And Ripper saying fleet carriers were actually a joke when they were first released until they rebalanced the upkeep and resale redemption values. There's also like there was potential. There was potential for more with fleet carriers, right? Like, so you got this entire fleet carrier. You put all your ships on it. You got this entire fleet of ships. I mean, I got ships I use once a year, right? Well, they're just sitting there gathering dust in my fleet carrier. So, like, they could have done something like where you could hire NPCs to fly your ships, and your fleet carrier actually receives requests for missions, and you can essentially assign an NPC to go and complete that mission, right? Oh, we need emergency medicines delivered to somewhere, you know, or medical supplies delivered to some system. So you're like, alright, you can take this NPC can take my Type 9, and then the mission will say something like, there's like, you know, 25% chance of pirate attack, and so you're like, oh, let's assign somebody in a vulture, another NPC in my vulture to protect the Type 9, run the escort, and that decreases the chance of anything going wrong when like pirate attacks and that kind of thing. You know, you could have an entire system around managing your fleet and having NPCs fly ships for you to do stuff. But
Frameshift drive charging.
you know, that's what I mean. Like, there's missed potential in some places. And like the ground-based stuff on foot isn't bad. I have fun playing it, but it gets a little, like a lot of things in Elite, it gets a little bit repetitive. Some of the combat mechanics aren't quite as good as you would hope. But on the other hand, Elite isn't a dedicated first-person shooter game, so I guess that's kind of fair. I mainly just want my sniper rifle plasma ball thing to travel a lot faster. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Warning.
But then again, there is certain art in leading the shots. I've got pretty good at it. Well, I'm probably suck at it now again because I haven't played on ground stuff for a long time. But you know, I got pretty good at it, and I could mostly lead shots when I was shooting at the NPCs. It would be much harder at people, obviously, but you know.
Yeah. I've got a little bit better at it, but there's still like a lot of times that they'll make a turn I wasn't expecting. They'll get to the end of their patrol path and turn around and go like, ah no, and the shot's already underway.
Frameshift drive charging.
I do find it easier sometimes to wait for them to pause and then shoot, and then just hope it's long enough for it to.
Time.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Maybe there's an engineer that increases projectile speed.
Unfortunately, no.
It's just like, we're in a futuristic space game. Surely I can have an energy bolt sniper rifle that actually, like, shoots as fast as a bullet from a modern day sniper rifle. Surely. That should be a thing.
I don't know how hard accelerating plasma is still.
They do good damage, I must admit, like the plasma weapons. They hit hard when they hit.
Definitely.
Like that plasma sniper rifle will one-shot most NPCs if they don't have their shields up, so. And it's surprising how often they don't have their shields up too. Remember sitting on a roof where I killed two people.
Yeah, when they don't perceive danger, then they don't.
Well, I get that, right? Like, I get when you're just wandering around and there's no real danger, like the shields drain your suit's energy. So, that makes sense to me. But there'll be like a time, like, it was one time I was sitting on a roof and I just killed two people. And then someone patrolled in. And they ran over like, oh my god, bodies! And they didn't put the shield on. And I was like, yep. And then zap. Look, a third body.
Docking request granted.
If I see two dead bodies lying on the ground, the first thing I'm doing is putting my shield up and ducking into cover. Ah. Hello, Ed.
Hello.
Landing gear deployed.
Was looking at the clip to
Far from
demonstrate
fantastic.
how. Well, I mean, yeah, I had the clip there, so ready, probably like a year ago. How
Yeah.
to demonstrate how much an executioner can do to shieldless target.
Alright, let's have a look.
Docking
I'm sure
successful.
that nobody else is watching.
Engines disengaged.
Probably should have asked if it's okay,
Okay,
to
now he has
post
a
a clip
bounty.
from a streamer, but
Come on
well,
if you
too
want.
late.
I have no issue with that.
I can
Oh, that
carry
was
them.
that was quick. That was quick. Okay. Easy. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you just-
you have no idea how I looked on my screen. The guard died before he pulled out the weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, just delete it.
Dude, on what FPS stuff interests me the least. Is there any number of games I could play who do it way better? Yeah, there's a lot of first-person shooter games that do it way better. Right, so I don't mind playing it in Elite. I have fun, especially running around with Ed, and Ed murders a lot of stuff with his rocket launchers. It's always fun to watch. There's one clip I've got where it's like some NPC like person is like, it's just you and me towards me, and then Ed just rocket launches them from behind and blew them up. It's
Yeah.
like you were not paying attention, lady. But yeah, it's definitely games that do it a lot better. Steel is getting a bit low in the ship. Bigger ship, but that's alright. I'll just grab some titanium to top up.
I do like the
Maximum capacity.
optional stealth completion of missions in Elite though, because like you don't get a special reward for it, like nothing monetary and or materialistic, but if you do choose to go stealthy, it is really nice to fly around the settlement and try to avoid getting detected by you making kills, you know, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. I mean, you can absolutely go guns blazing. That's absolutely allowed. But if you choose to go stealthy,
I'm not sure I ever played the original Counter-Strike, though. Yeah. And I agree with Ed that sometimes it's better to be stealthy. I actually do enjoy stealth games and stuff. One of my favorite shooters from back in the day, and I don't know, like I don't play a lot of first-person shooters, so there's probably a lot better ones. Was I think it was like Rainbow Six Vegas or something like that, where like you would put like the camera under the door and you would scout the room, and then you like, you know,
Frameshift drive charging.
decide to go in from a window around the corner or something, and I like the games that have a lot of technical aspects to them, I guess, as opposed to relying on very fast twitch reflexes, which I have sort of, let's just say I've outgrown having that level of twitch reflex when it comes to shooter games. Can't remember what shooter game it was, but I had a absolute laugh once when there was it was one of the ones where you could set like hardcore mode, like where if you got shot once you were basically dead, and then there was,
Drive charging.
and you could set custom enemies on maps and stuff, or like custom enemy densities on maps and stuff, like. And so I had a friend who was like, "Oh, I'm real good at this game." I'm like, "Cool, here, try this map." And I set it like everything to the highest possible difficulty, and so he spawned in, walked out of the room, and died, basically. And then I was like, I'll sit it back. He's like, no, I want to try this. And then he just, he never got very far. He just like spawned in somewhere, and then he'd be like 60 seconds later, dead.
Well, he was good for the game difficulty that he was used to.
Yeah.
Not to the game difficulty that is overpowered by design.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't any better at that game difficulty, right? Like, it spawned in, you'd be like, right, what's round the corner, pick round the corner, dead.
Frameshift drive
Yep.
charging.
No anomalies detected.
Yeah, you get that sometimes, right?
All systems.
Sometimes people are just very, very good at a game. Sometimes people cheat as well, but I mean, I'm probably, hopefully that wasn't the case there. Hopefully it's just skill.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh,
Navigation for next system.
I'm being messaged by a pirate. He wants they want my stuff. They can't have it.
Oh, so they are back to chasing you now that I have done. Okay, fully noted.
Do a mad dog and run off.
In those days, there was no aimbots or wall hacks, no pro events either. Fair enough.
Yep, never mind. I have a pirate on myself as well.
Frameshift drive charging.
I don't
Well,
really.
I'm not entirely sure I want to fight a further land. Let's see how that goes. Worst case scenario, I blow up.
Vector.
I'm not really sure I get the point of cheating in games. Like, I mean, you're likely to get found out eventually. I can sort of see it, like, I don't know, people trying to make money, or you know, maybe they're streaming or something and they want to look really good at the game. But people will figure it out. Dan Baxter is after Ed.
Wanna come help?
I mean, I could do. I don't seem to have any messages from anyone after me this time around. There we go. Team signal, we can boost a little bit.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Look where to set their block. Maybe that would be a good plan. Team, engage teammate their block. There we go. Doop, doop, doop. There's your team signal and then there's you. I don't know which one I'm supposed to aim at. Should be fine. Should just be able to speed up, right? It should just drop us out.
Good, yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
not having a shield is the issue.
Yeah, so that did not drop me out. Why did it not drop me out? Maybe I need to drop out at your actual waypoint. Seemed quite far away from you though. Alright, team signal. Alright. Oh, there we go. Baby. Are you here?
Yep. Yep. Nope.
The Hans Newman thing cracked me up.
Target shield offline.
Because there was never any evidence that he was cheating, right? Not any decent evidence, anyway. Not enough to actually make an accusation like that. But also, it showed me, because I followed it quite closely at the time, it showed me exactly how rumors spread. It was quite funny. So I don't know if other people know about the whole Magnus Carlsen, Hans Newman thing, but
You know the pleasure toy in bed?
yes. Damn it. Stay in range. You can run away if you want.
I mean, it's not fighting me anymore, it's fighting you, so I'm fine.
That's a good point.
Oh, okay, now it's turned on me because it
Doesn't matter.
Temperature critical.
yeah, it's probably dead.
Target cargo dropped.
Probably.
Oh, it's definitely dead. I had so many
Yep.
missiles in the air.
Target destroyed.
I'm glad none of them hit me.
But do you know how that rumor about the pleasure toy actually got started?
I would assume internet gossip.
Not comply.
No. So what happened is that yeah, Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen's probably the best chess player in the world, right? Oh, that's a fairly non-controversial thing. Doesn't mean he's not beatable. Plenty of people beat him, right? But he just wasn't. I think he was expecting to lose that particular game, and then Hans Niemann wasn't very good at explaining afterwards, like the tactics and stuff that were used. He was very sort of. His explanation was a bit, and the interview afterwards was a bit all over the show. Not that I'm an expert chess player, so this is just me basing my opinion off other people, right? Like, saying stuff. And so then Magnus dropped out of the competition, basically sort of indicating to people that he believed that Hans Niemann was cheating, and everyone was analysing his games and stuff, right? And here's the thing, when you analyse his games, he played really well, but Magnus Carlsen didn't play up to his usual standard in that game. So it wasn't that, like, you know, it wasn't like Magnus was playing at top form and lost. He was playing a little bit like less sharply than what he normally does. And so Hans Niemann has a history of cheating online at chess.com, right? But chess.com overblew that the statements they came out with. Right, when you look at the actual history of what happened, it was fairly similar to what Hans said. He was cheated twice. He got caught, and then there's been no evidence since chess.com allowed him back, even before all this stuff happened, that he had been caught cheating. There was a whole chess.com report there's no evidence that any of his more recent games in the last couple of years had any sort of cheating involved with them online. And then there was a guy from this channel called the Chess Bros or Chess Bros or something like that, which are a bunch of Canadian chess grandmasters. They were talking about it with their chat and like trying to figure out, and the chat was asking how someone could cheat in chess, and they were like running through various scenarios, and someone in their chat came up with the funny idea of the pleasure toy, the vibrating pleasure toy, right? And the chess grandmaster was laughing and going like, yeah, no, that could work, I suppose. Like it was just a joke, like a Twitch stream joke, right?
Oh.
And then Elon Musk
Rip me.
retweeted it. Oh, you blew up.
Well, I hit this the colonization ship.
You only had like what 20% hull as well. Yeah.
13, but yeah.
Yeah, so then Elon Musk retweeted it, and then the whole internet went wild with these stories of Elon Musk, because the guy, he tweeted it, right? The chess guy tweeted the theory was like as a joke. He was like, haha, this is funny shit my chat comes up with. And then Elon Musk retweeted it, and then news stories started going wild with like, Elon Musk accused chess grandmaster of cheating with pleasure toy and backside. And it's like, and I was like, that was a joke in their chat. Like, it's not, like, and he retweeted it because, like, you know, that's what you do. Like, aha, what a funny idea. Retweet that, you know. And then the whole, yeah, and then all the mainstream media just went wild with the idea. And it's like, yeah. So interesting to watch it all happen.
Yeah. At the same time, I'm not surprised that it basically got... Well, it was kind of internet rumor, as I suggested.
Yeah, it was.
You know, internet heard an idea and ran with it.
Yeah, but it's where...
That's pretty much how most of the funny stuff happens on the internet.
Yeah, but it's where the mainstream media gets involved and they report it like it's a serious news story that cracks me up. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, it's like, they're like, someone tweeted this on the internet, so this is our news story. It's like...
Yeah, sometimes
like, come on.
the media doesn't do their due diligence.
Yeah, or they don't quite understand. I think sometimes some of the mainstream media doesn't quite understand the internet memes kind of...
Yeah, definitely.
And so... Like, so... I mean, at the end of the day, is it possible Hans Niemann cheated? Possible, right? Like, there isn't really any actual good evidence to suggest it, though. So, until there is, yeah. Alright, I think I transferred everything. But yeah, it was very, very funny to watch that happen.
Yep.
Yes, he did. Yeah, when he was about 14, he cheated a bit on chess.com, right? And then chess.com, and then he cheated chess.com. I think this is stuff I read like a couple of years ago now, right? This was like those stories about 2 years old, so a little bit here grain of salt because my memory on this kind of stuff isn't always the best. But chess.com, I think, discovered him cheating and they warned him, right? And apparently they do this for a number of people, right? If you're like a high-rated chess player, right? And then warned him, right? And then when he was about 15 or 16, he got caught cheating again, and they banned his account, right?
Frameshift drive charging.
And then about 2 years later, when he was about 17, 18, they unbanned his account, and he was about 19, Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think his reasoning was very good. His reasoning was basically, well, I felt like other people were doing it, so I should do it too, right? Well, it's shit reasoning, right? Like,
Scanning for anomalies.
after they unbanned his account, and then he was playing various things, and then they essentially, like, uninvited him from tournaments and stuff after the Magnus Carlsen accusations. And I will, hey Super Trouble, I'll reply in a little bit. I'll just finish this story first. How are you anyway? Yeah. So yeah, and then they banned him from other stuff, and the way they addressed that made it sound like there was recent examples of cheating. But then they released a report on him, and it was like, no, after they unbanned him for cheating, and then there was no further evidence of him cheating online. So it's like they banned him, he kind of learnt his lesson, and he stopped cheating online. Alright? And in that report, they pointed out, so people were like, well, once a chess cheater, always a chess cheater, he should be banned from all chess competitions, and people were doing that kind of thing. It's like, but in that report, like, they only made that report, they only did that report publicly because he, like, mentioned chess.com and a bunch of statements, and they were trying to fix PR, right? But, like, they basically admitted in that report that there was they had a list of, like, the number of high-level chess players that had been warned or banned for cheating on chess.com, and it was considerable, including, like, someone else from the top 15 chess players in the world or something like that. And so it's like, well, hold on, if you think, like, Hans Niemann should be banned, then you should be pushing chess.com to release the name of all these other players, top tier players that caught cheating. Yes, yeah, there was that as well, to be fair. I forgot about that, Ripper. Yeah, so, yeah. Anyway, Super Trouble, I am good. Yes, having a good time today. Fun conversations happening while we're just sort of like hauling stuff back and forth. A lot of in-game yapping. Alright, and Reaper was fun. I didn't know what I was doing. It seemed to have taken a lot of, I guess a lot of inspiration on its monsters and stuff from things like Lethal Company. And I never played Lethal Company. So there was a funny bit where, like, I played the tutorial. The tutorial, all it says around monsters is like, oh, you can hide from monsters under stuff with this, right? And then there was like some monster that instantly attacks you if you look at it, and another one that can see under tables, another one that attacks if you make sound and stuff. And so I keep getting murdered until I was figuring out what these monsters did. And then people were like, have some of these players not played the tutorial? I'm like, god damn it, in the tutorial it doesn't tell you anything about what the monsters actually do. It just says you can hide under stuff to avoid monsters. That's it. Like, one point I hid under a table and the monster walked up, looked under the table and murdered me. I was like, well, apparently hiding under a table doesn't work with whatever that monster was. Yes, I mean, I play on chess.com and I get notifications relatively frequently that I've been awarded, like, rating back because one of my opponents was caught cheating, and I play in like the 900 to 1,000 sort of rating range, right? Like, I'm no chess grandmaster. Ertzens. How do I pronounce your name? Alright. I have no idea. E-W-R-T-N-Z. Ertzens. Ertzens. I have no idea. Anyway, how are you? You having a good day? In fact, you might have been the person I was just talking about. From yesterday's repo game. Where I was getting murdered all the time because I didn't know what the monsters did. And then occasionally I was getting murdered due to the murderous tendencies of my fellow streamers. Yeah. But anyway, Ripper, I think Hans Niemann is genuinely a grandmaster and genuinely very good at chess, right? I think he had a few iffy moments when he was a teenager, when he made some decisions that probably weren't the best. And, like, you know, everyone has moments as a teenager where they make decisions that aren't the best. So I'm not gonna rake him over the coals for that. As long as he's learnt his lesson going forward. Alright. Look up more supplies. Did you want to do the bounty hunting community goal at any point, Ed?
Docking request granted.
I mean, I'm happy to pause this for a while and collect new bounties.
Maybe give it another hour or so and then we'll do it towards the end of the stream, unless you're, and I know it's a bit later for you than it used to be when I was streaming.
Oh yeah, it's almost 1 AM.
So it's 1 AM.
I guess an hour sounds about okay-ish.
Okay. Yeah, if you start getting tired, just let me know. We can switch over to the bounty hunting, and then I can switch back to this.
Landing gear deployed.
So yeah. Anyway, there's been a few chess cheating scandals though. Like people, like high-level players caught with like cell phones hidden in the bathroom when they're going to check chess engines. Like, oh, I did a bathroom break.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
But I think as some very high-level chess grandmasters have said, like, if you do want to cheat at high-level chess and you are very, very good at chess, you don't have to cheat every move, right? You only need to cheat maybe once or twice a game to be almost unbeatable. You see that moment where, like, you're not quite sure exactly what the best plan is, or something along those lines. Something to give you a hint, you know. Actually, I can play this move and it ends up in a winning position in 20 moves time.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Alright, back we go. Oh, that's where we are. We're going here. So easy to lose track of what you're doing.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Whee! Up we go. Yeah, so I'm hoping they fix the economy thing in the next week or two. And I can get this whole refinery economy up and going.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think they might have to, unfortunately, might have to fix the zero position thing as well. I
Zero
think.
solution.
Oh, you know, the slot 0 on the station for it to pick up the economy type. If that ends up coming back, it might be a problem.
Oh. I'm basically
Confirming
sticking to
exit
what I
point
said
11.
a few weeks back. I'm happy to wait for the economy resolution and or setup to get somewhat stabilized.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, surely if I build a refinery hub on the planet below my Coriolis station, right? No matter how it gets resolved, at some point it should
Frameshift drive charging.
turn the station or the system into a refinery economy, right? Like,
I mean, sounds about right, but yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
but I'll show you what I mean anyway. Like, so just give me a second here and I'll get out of this jump. So on the, yeah.
Unless you want to say show others, of course, that's fine.
Yeah, well, I'll show others anyway. Like, it's always good to clarify what you're talking about. So if I go here to where we're doing the primary report, like, there was an issue with economy in these systems where stuff on the local body wasn't being picked up. So if you report something down the local body that changes the economy around that local body, it wasn't being picked up by stations, at least they were in the slot 0 point. But I think, like, looking at this, it looks like my colonization ship is in the slot 1 point, I guess. But apparently, I don't actually know for certain, because apparently there was also another issue where these colonization ships weren't showing as in the correct slot on the map. Like, they were, so there might not even be a slot 1 here. Like, this might actually be for slot 0. But it's possible they may need to fix that slot 0 problem before anything I build here, like a refinery hub, will impact this station the building. But we will find out with time, I guess. It's not like that station is getting built today, so.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. Back to delivering.
Engaging exit protocols.
Warning, temperature critical.
Boom, 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 boom.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, it'll probably take me the better part of this upcoming week to finish this station off, I imagine. Unless Ed gets into one of his, like,
Yeah, somewhat
hardcore
unlikely.
delivery
Pass to the light velocity.
delivery sessions.
Sorry, somewhat unlikely.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm feeling the same after that temporary station. I'm just kind of like
Optimal level.
chipping away slowly at the moment.
To be perfectly honest, I'm doing this because you're doing this, otherwise I probably wouldn't have been.
Well, I appreciate the help nonetheless. So,
Oh no, you're going to complain.
not at
I
all.
delivered this stuff, I can undeliver it. Well,
Frameshift
I
drive
can't, but you know what I
charging.
mean.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you can. You know I appreciate the help. I've also been slowly chipping away at Dad's one as well. He hasn't been on doing anything for the last like 4 or 5 days, so. And I haven't done a lot. I took him from like 37% up to about 52 or 53, I think.
Is he building a tier 2 or
Yeah.
outpost?
Yeah, no, it's another tier 2.
And
If it was an outpost, it'll be done already.
yeah, but I was just asking because I didn't know how much you delivered.
Frameshift drive operating.
I assume it was a tier 2 from the percentage progress, but I still ask.
Warning.
Yeah.
Temperature.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, he wanted to build a tier 2 because he wanted to be able to dock all his ships there. He doesn't have a fleet carrier, they're kind of all scattered around, so I think he was looking to build a home base, basically.
Not the best way to pick a home base, but sure.
I mean, other systems around will develop up. Let's take a look at... We'll take a look at Dad's system in a second, actually. I might not be able to show the actual system itself, but I can show you where it is in space. It's not that far. It's like, I think it's 2 to 3 jumps to me from the colony, from the mega ship from Trailblazer Dream.
But
It is about 9 to 10
kind of
jumps.
jealous,
It is for Dad about 9 to 10 jumps in his Type 9 because he has no engineering on his frameshift drive. I wonder if that guy that was building nearby as well has finished his one. I do like where this Tier 2 station is though, like these two worlds locked together in very close orbit. Very different looking worlds in colour.
Yep.
Docking request granted.
Alright. Well, we're docking. If I go Galaxy map, I think I got... Alright, open Galaxy map. Open Galaxy map.
Stellar cartography, just like
There we go.
places, those faraway, unreachable corners of the galaxy, the uncharted areas of space.
So this right here is Dad's system. As I said, there's not a lot of stuff around, but it's much closer to Trailblazer Dream than we are, all the way up over there.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
And if people are looking for a good system to colonize, I wonder if this one's still available. No, someone's grabbed it. There we go. Makes sense. I guess someone would. But yeah, good systems everywhere. Alright. Transfer all. 36%. I should have about over, yeah, just about over 2 weeks to get this done. Which is fine, because I only started working on it in the last week or so.
No, it was at 0% last week.
Yeah. And I also have a tier 2 Coriolis station at 0% and the 4th system on my other account that I need to get done, but that was only started like a week ago, I think. So it should have 3 weeks left to go.
Let's give that.
And I have the whole week between like after Easter off, so
Frameshift drive charging.
so plenty of opportunity to
4, 3, 2.
plenty of opportunity to get everything done, I guess. Anyway, I don't know if Super Trouble's still hanging around, but I should probably actually give him a shout out, because he does stream. Let me do that. He's actually a very old friend of mine. Why can't I get off the damn screen? Damn it. There we go. Super Trouble does a lot of like of the simulator type streams, I guess, like, you know, supermarket simulator, car salesman simulator, that kind of stuff. Don't know if that was actually called car salesman simulator, but
Frameshift drive charging.
and he does cooking stuff on YouTube. So if you're into that kind of thing, you know, track him down, check him out.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Speaking of which, my partner was actually contemplating trying to start a cooking channel on YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, she's into cooking, and she was just, I don't know, felt like she spent all day sitting around doing nothing much, so she was trying to find some sort of thing to do, I guess.
Which is fair, but
Yeah.
and is it gonna happen? Is it not gonna happen? Are you going to help her?
Oh, I'll help her, yeah. And I'm sure, I mean, like, it'll probably happen, but whether or not, like, there's effort involved, right? And so whether or not she continues with it,
Frameshift drive
I'm sure she'll do
That's
a
a
few
different question.
videos, yeah. And she's still in the planning stages at this point. So,
Fair.
Navigation for next system. Checking systems.
and I did warn her that it's a very very saturated market, that like cooking stuff on social media. So
Are evident.
Yeah, unless she finds a way to stand out, definitely.
yeah. But she kind of wants to do it more for her own hobby point of view, I suppose, as anything else. So that's fine.
Warning, temperature critical.
And if I was being cynical, I'd think maybe she wants to do it simply to get me to buy her a bunch of cooking stuff. which is fine. When I've got the money, I will.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one.
Alright, 37% done.
Nice.
It's like 7,999 titanium. If I knew that, I would have picked that one less, just to make it 8,000.
Alright. Trailblazer Dream. Yes, I'll just keep chipping away at this one and Dad's one over the next week or so. And then after that, I will probably have to focus my one on my other account for a bit. But I should find the time somewhere in there once this is complete to throw down a refinery hub underneath it and just see what happens. With any luck, they'll fix the economy, and then we'll have a supply of steel, titanium, and a bunch of other stuff for this area without having to go all the way back. That's the idea, anyway. The hope.
Dare to dream.
Yep.
Docking request granted.
And maybe we'll get super lucky and I'll be like, we've listened to the community and we're releasing NPC haulage for construction sites.
You know what? I would be happy if they did, regardless when they do it.
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom. I'll be like, we're not releasing NPC haulage for construction sites, but once Vanguard's released and you get your own Vanguard, you can pay players to build the construction sites for you.
Engines disengaged.
Not sure if that would work since there already is, well, actually I think it's multiple groups, but at least one that I know of that is already hauling stuff for other people and for free.
Yeah. There's another one I know of as well, but you have to be a member and help other people's stations in order to get them to help yours as well.
Fair.
Yeah, which is absolutely fair. But But I'm pretty sure that wasn't part of what they discussed in Vanguard's the ability to set missions for your Vanguard.
Cargo hold at
I
maximum
think so,
capacity.
but I don't think it's going to be built the colonization.
Yeah, not sure. Like
Standing
But
I
again,
thought,
maybe yes, I don't know.
it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't. You know, like, and it wouldn't surprise me as again if it did have that kind of option, but it was kind of clunky.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Ripper Sniffle, thank you for the follow. It is most appreciated. Any and all support for the channel is very much a good thing and very appreciated. Thank you.
Frameshift drive charging.
Goddamn NPCs launching at the same time as I
Yeah.
almost crashed into him.
3, 2, 1.
maximum velocity.
Would have hurt too because it was a Type 9.
Maybe the Type 9 is going to deliver stuff to my... Oh, it depends where you are, I guess.
I was right behind you
Engaging
on your
exit
Trailblazer, on the Trailblazer colonization ship.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's look on the bright side. Maybe the Type 9 is on its way to deliver stuff to my colonization ship. Yeah, like,
I mean, it may be the case, but the delivery will not count, unfortunately.
Frameshift drive.
no, I know, right? Even been able to hire an NPC group that does like
Leaving.
3, 2,
5% of a construction a day for a certain amount of money would be good.
I would even be okay with whatever percentage it is over the entire span of the month. Which is what, like 3% a day?
Yeah, I was gonna say 5%
Give
we
or
get it.
take.
5% we get it done in 20 days. So, yeah,
Yeah.
and then it's just costs scales depending on how big the construction thing is.
Frameshift drive
Yep.
charging.
To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't even mind paying like $1 billion for a tier 3.
4,
Navigation.
Or even couple billion, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
That's probably asking a little too much because, you know, not that many people have
All
that much
systems
money.
check out.
that's true.
No unusual activity.
At that point I'd probably choose to drip feed the tier 3 myself and pay them to do like other construction work.
That's also possible. Like, you know, set them to do, I don't know, a settlement into one of the systems you have and drip feed the tier 3 in
Yeah.
the meantime.
Frameshift drive charging.
I am still fascinated though that the ratio of the materials that we delivered to my tier 3 was so close to the value of pi.
Yeah.
Vector.
3,
If anyone's wondering what he's talking about, it's that when you divide the amount I collected and then into by the amount, yeah, the two amounts. So there's like the amount I delivered and the amount Ed delivered, and he delivered like 187,000 or 181,000.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, and I delivered like 57,000. And when you divide 181 by 57, it's basically pi. Or 187,000.
Well,
yeah.
to the two decimal places, but yes.
Yeah. It's very close to pi anyway.
It was like 3.149 something.
Yeah. Which is the weird stuff you get when people that are interested in numbers play games.
Yes.
4, 3, 2.
It's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
I delivered 101,000 and you delivered 57,000, so yeah. It was 3.1 for 93065, etc.
Yeah.
That doesn't really matter.
Warning.
Numerology is fun. If you don't live by it.
Yeah, I've got to admit, like, delivering 57,000 in that time frame felt like a fair bit of a slog. You delivering like 181,000, 187,000 is a very strong effort.
Yeah.
Braking.
Yeah.
Operating beyond safety limits.
It even felt like a tremendous effort. Like
Yeah.
there have been several days that I hold for like 6 hours straight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that 57,000 was primarily, but not solely, 2 Saturdays and Sundays for me of like a 5-hour stream of hauling stuff and getting a little bit distracted from time to time and that, right? But that was like a good 20 hours probably of my time hauling
Yeah,
things.
give or take.
Yeah, and then there was probably the occasional delivery outside the stream and that as well. But yeah, and so yeah, like this, like it was that was a mammoth effort on your part.
Yep.
To build that.
Had fun though.
Yeah, now you'll go back to it and find it only
Wouldn't
sells
do it
bio
often,
waste.
but had fun. Come again, because you cut it out a little bit for me.
I said, now you'll go back to it and find it only sells bio waste.
Well, for a while it definitely will. Sooner or later it will stop.
Yeah. It's interesting how much they're struggling when getting the economy stuff right, though. Like, I think it must be so heavily tied into their background simulation stuff that they're just having trouble. Like, it's making it work at all.
That's pretty much what I expect is happening. That is tied to so many systems in so many complicated ways that it's very hard to make work.
Docking request granted.
Like, okay, I am not a game developer, so I cannot say how hard balancing is. But still.
Balancing
Well,
is...
technically I am, like I've made like 2 games by now, but
Yeah.
nowhere near elite level, you know?
Balancing is always a hard thing, right? Because, like, there's...
Yes.
Like, there's... Players are good at finding loopholes or working around stuff, right? And you've had this... They've had, problems with, First Descendant with game balance as well, which is another game I play. Right, I played on stream a couple of times. Where every new Descendant they've brought out has been so much stronger than the Descendants before that there's no point playing the old Descendants. Like, it was just like people were just like farming up the new Descendants and then just crushing all the new content. And then they've actually come out and then people were complaining about it. They're like, this is ridiculous, this is so overpowered. And so then they've come out now and they've buffed the old Descendants to have more damage, and they're still... So they're still going through a bunch of balancing changes, but they just started with numerical stuff, right? Like being able to change the damage ability on skills or cooldown time and stuff, right? And then they nerfed one of the more recent Descendants, and now everyone got up in the uproar, and like the reviews on Steam from all the people that play that are now mostly negative. And it's like hold on, people were complaining that the new Descendants were too OP. So they nerfed them and buffed buffed old Descendants to bring things back into line. They didn't actually nerf the newest one they've put out though, like because of it, she's only been available for a couple of weeks, and so I guess they didn't want to like nerf too quickly there, right? But they will at some point, I'm sure, because she's just ridiculously busted. And yeah, and so yeah, like a whole bunch of streamers were like, when she came out, were like, "This is ridiculous. I'm done with this game. The power creep is beyond ridiculous." And the developers have said, "Yeah, well, listen to what you said, and we're trying to scale it." And then like suddenly everyone's like negative reviews. You nerfed my favorite Descendant.
I mean, nerfing is kind of frowned upon, to be perfectly honest, by the gaming community. Like, even as I've heard so many times from, especially indie games, indie developers, like for that make indie games, that it's almost always better to underpower whatever your system is in the game, then buff it, then nerf it one.
Yeah, I think like buffing underperforming stuff is generally viewed more favorably by the gamers than nerfing overpowered things. But I mean, when all the people are saying, "Hey, look, these two Descendants are like this," particularly these two most recent Descendants are way too powerful, right? It's like. And they're making most of the content into a joke, you know, like it's just no difficulty. Then it's like, yeah. But what they could have done, I suppose, is upped all the rest of the Descendants to that level and then made the difficulty a bit harder. But that would have still felt like a nerf, I guess. But
maybe, but with that they would have had to possibly, probably also adjust the other gameplay mechanics, because, you know, if it took one of the Descendants, I don't know, 5 minutes to kill a boss, now it takes a minute, that takes away from the gameplay.
yeah.
So the solution to buff everything is not always the solution.
Well, let's put it this way.
The right one, anyway.
With the latest Descendant, right, if you build her out to kill bosses, some of the hardest bosses in the game die basically immediately. She shoots them, they die.
Okay.
Yeah, just...
Fair.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected.
Fair, well, maybe it would have worked in this game, but, you know,
Yeah.
I was speaking in more general terms. And it also can get out of hand fairly easily. Like, I don't know what game this is, but a friend mentioned to me a few years ago at this point that he's been playing a game which is like teams of people that are PvPing against each other.
Okay.
And there was like a lot of skills and magic and attacks and so on and so forth. And he said that at some point the heroes or the fighters in the game were so overpowered that everything dealt billions of damage. It was like ridiculous at that point.
Yeah.
At some point the numbers do lose meaning if you push them a little too far.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't know, like it just, I don't know, it cracks me up a little bit that people were like, "Oh man, these are so OP," to the point that people were not playing the game because they were like so offended by how overpowered some of these people were. And then I was like, all right, well, you know, we'll do some game balance design passes, and the game community is like, "Oh my god, you can't do that!" Like, it's like you just can't win either way, right? Like.
Yeah, well, you can't win people in general, not just gamers, but yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Alright, up we go to deliver.
Besides, people usually don't like when their champions are touched in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I get
I
that.
remember I was playing a few games too, and on release, and for like a year, a champion I was playing, or well, a hero I was playing, she was fine. Like she dealt damage, but she was quite vulnerable. Like she was like the main physical damage dealer in that game.
Yeah.
And then they touched her, and like, okay, they didn't quite nerf her, but just make so many changes that the hero didn't even feel like what she was at the beginning. It lost the enjoyment of playing her.
Yeah. I get that. You're used to like a certain playstyle with her, and then it all changes, and you got to relearn it. And it's like, oh, well, now it feels like a completely different character, and so your connection to that character is broken because Yep. Yeah. No, I get that.
Like, yes, I can relearn her, of course. Also always the possibility, and I probably would have fallen in love with her again. Well, her playstyle rather, not the character itself. But still, it's just not the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. One of my favorite descendants on this game is actually fairly underpowered, right? But it's just fun to play. And he's called Blair, right? And he's basically just this guy who does lots of fire damage. He just sets things on fire, basically. Right, like, and it's like, you know, setting everything on fire is kind of fun. I'm a guy. We have, like, you know, really simplistic taste in that regard. It's like, does it? Can I make it burn? Let's make it burn, ma. And it's like, and then like, so they're bringing out a new version of him because they have like normal descendants and they have their ultimate counterparts. So he's coming out on Ultimate Blair is coming out on April 17th. So a couple of days time. And he will have new mods that come out with him that you can like find in game. And they're changing once you equip these mods, they'll change his kit around a little bit. Because he was, while fun, was awkward to use because everything he did slowed him down a bit. Like he'd set big areas of the ground on fire, but he had to be standing in those areas of ground to do it. So you basically had to be in amongst all the enemy mobs, you know, and like, or he would have a flamethrower that would come out from his hands, but it would slow his movement speed down while he was doing it, making it easier for things to hit him. And it was like, a lot of other characters didn't have those disadvantages in the use of their abilities, you know, and so his damage is good. And then visually he's very fun to play with because he has like all these like fire stuff going on and that, but like it was just some awkwardness to the way he worked, and it looks like they might be trying to fix some of that with the new transcendent mods you get from him, which is cool. So I'll be keen to try that out, but I don't think it changes like the feel of him that much. Hopefully,
Right.
yeah. Someone put a thing out where they're looking at Blair and they're like, he's just bad because, you know, like he's like, and all these Blair players like will try and defend him, and like, but he's just bad compared to other descendants because of this awkwardness and this playstyle, and I was like, I like playing Blair, and this is why I like setting things on fire. It's fun. I mean, but every other point you made is actually valid. But a lot of the other descendants are fun as well. And I've nearly unlocked all of them now, so.
Nice.
Three, two, one. Engage.
I assume you played them all to the highest efficiency.
Some are copies of others, like so you have like, so there's like one called like Valby, and she like slides around on water, so she produces water, right? And so then you also have Ultimate Valby. So like I got normal Valby long before I got Ultimate Valby, and I built normal Valby out and made her quite strong, and then it's like they get Ultimate Valby, and I'm like, I can't be bothered building the character out again. So.
Yeah.
And some aren't really that much fun. There was like, well, this one character, she's probably quite good at boss killing. I've heard that she's quite good at boss killing if you build her out a certain way with a sniper rifle or something. But her thing was going invisible, and she was the only character that could work this game mechanic for a while, where like you had these bases you would invade, and if you did it in stealth. And literally she was the only character that could stealth it, because you had to do stuff where any other character would be seen. Essentially there was no other stealth mechanic besides her invisibility that would work. Like you got like 25% chance of this bonus reward that you, and like that was different to the normal rewards. And the bonus reward would often have stuff people wanted. So everyone was playing, like, her name was Sharon, I think. The character's name was Sharon, to do this kind of mechanic, but it doesn't mean you actually were interested in building Sharon out completely. Like
Frameshift drive charging.
I basically just put enough stuff on her to enable her to be invisible long enough to do all the stuff, and then kill the boss that spawns at the end of all that. But I had no real interest in building her out beyond that. I was only playing her because you needed to for this one mechanic, and then they changed that to give other ways to earn those extra rewards. So
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand
I mean, that's there is that. Like, I do play a number of the characters.
Temperature critical.
Like, I built this one guy out who he has like this mechanical arm,
Drive charging.
and he can like his ultimate attack is just like, it just turns into this big cannon and shoots out these spinning fireballs that like linger where they hit and do lots of damage over time. So I built him into like a boss fighter, so he can just shoot those out a lot really quickly for a long period of time, and he just like nukes bosses at the start of a fight.
Key systems are at optimum levels, readying for exit. Warning, fuel low.
And there's another character named Bunny who's super fast, and when she runs she produces electricity. It does electrical attacks and the AoE around her. So she's quite fun to play if you just want to run through something really quickly, so I built her out completely. She just moves really fast and everything around her dies, basically.
I'm somewhat assuming that's a play on the, at this point, very old TV commercial about the Energizer
Yeah.
batteries.
Yeah, it has that kind of feel to it, yeah. And my partner, she likes this descendant called Freyna who does poison damage, but you can build her so that the poison will spread. The poison damage does a lot of damage and it will spread from mob to mob really quickly. So essentially you can just like walk into a map and basically within like a very short period of time have the entire map poisoned and everything dying very quickly.
Okay.
So some very OP descendants in the game. Like Freyna and Bunny were top tier probably until like the newest two descendants came out. And they're still very high tier.
Warning, temperature critical.
It actually seems like all the female descendants, well, most of the female descendants are stronger than the male descendants in the game. Some have been accusing the company of being slightly sexist in favor of the females.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure that's been deliberate. I think it's just one of those things.
It's one of those things, definitely.
Yeah, it's probably. I think it's more coincidental. One of the funny things is that when I play the game, it like flags my stream as mature, like 18 plus. If I play it on stream, and there's not really any adult stuff in the game. It's just the skimpy outfits the female descendants wear.
Well,
They've got.
I was gonna say that part of the reason the female heroes or descendants could be slightly stronger is that, you know, everybody's playing them and they do get more attention from the devs because they want people playing them more, so they buff them, and
Yeah.
you know, next to no one is playing the male heroes, descendants, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is that no one has played the male descendants because they're just not as strong, right? Like, I think if they was they were equal
I'm
strong.
fairly sure that wasn't the case from the start, though.
I don't know. I wasn't right there from the start of the game. I was there in season 1, but not the pre-season stuff.
Yeah.
I think Bunny was always one of the strongest from the get-go, though. Freyna was not one of the strongest originally, but then she got buffed up pretty significantly early on.
Okay, well, maybe then it's from the other way around, you know? They wanted people to play strong heroes, so... And they made them all female, so the videos and promotional material could be made appealing to players that play those kind of games.
Yeah.
AKA men.
And here's the thing, right? It's not like the guys are actually bad in the game, right? Like,
I didn't say that.
they can clear the content, no problem. I can clear a 400% solo dungeon run on Blair, you know, but it's slower than doing it on one of the stronger female descendants.
Yeah, I get it.
Landing gear deployed.
Why is my stream running so jerky? What's going on? Was it just on my
Might be just a mod though. I don't think it's the game itself, at least from what I'm saying.
Let's have a look.
Well,
on
it's kind of
OBS.
the game as well. Yeah, it's kind of the game as well.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
Docking successful.
It's not 100%. It's not super terrible, but it's a little bit jerkier on my stream than it is like what I'm seeing on screen, I guess.
Any packet loss on OBS?
Not that I can see. OBS is looking fine. So no drop frames. I'm at like 10,000 kbps, which is quite high. It's
Yeah,
what
that
I'm
is
normally
very
at.
high.
Yeah, it's what I'm normally at, but I have full speed fiber and I'm connected directly to the
Yeah.
router, so. And then, yeah. I've had full speed fiber the entire time I've been streaming, but like my old computer had some weird thing where if I plugged directly into the router, it didn't run the internet very fast. It's just so weird. I never quite figured that out. Like I played around with a bunch of settings of like big packet stuff and things in like the configuration, and it was like and it was like I could get it to run well for streaming, but then it wouldn't run well for things like YouTube and stuff. Like trying to do anything on YouTube then became almost impossible. So it's like I'd have to change the configuration around depending on what I was doing, and it was just so ridiculous. I'm quite happy that the new computer just, you know, works. You plug it into the router and it's just like, yep, full speed. Full speed is available, no matter what you're doing. And I don't think it was the router or anything. I had to change routers at one point, but I had the same sort of problem. I mean, it was so bad on my old PC that even though it was literally like 3 feet away from the router, I ended up putting a high-end Wi-Fi card in it so I could run it on Wi-Fi instead, because it didn't have a Wi-Fi adapter built in. And the Wi-Fi just worked.
No.
Incoming call.
What do you mean incoming call? What? What are you doing, Captain Kirk? There's no incoming call. Alright, do you want to go do that bounty hunting?
Sure.
Alright, I'll go to my
Where is it actually happening?
I did accept the thing on one of the things, so I should be able to spot it on the all the way down there at Dan. It is 390 light years away. I think I'll take the fleet carrier.
Okay, taking the fleet carrier definitely.
My fleet carrier is, well, I mean, yeah, I can take my fleet carrier. It should be fine. I think my fleet carrier is somewhat closer to the Trailblazer. There we go. In the interest of saving time, I will start the jump process. Let's hope I make it to my fleet carrier in time.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same thing because yeah, I'm setting the destination right now as well. Well, if I can find a system that is available for carriers, that is, but you know. Hey,
Yeah.
found it. Hey, I got
Oh, that failed,
minute
but
to get there. I should be fine.
yeah, first pick failed. It'd be nice if it just told you whether or not there was 3 slots, you know what I mean, when you pick a system. Like,
I mean, it doesn't even have to tell you. It would be nice that just it wouldn't take you out of the galaxy map. Okay, yeah, it's fine. It's full. Okay, fine. Pick another one. Not not forcing you to reopen the map, reselect where you wanna go, and then search.
it's a system named Michael.
Interesting.
No 3 slots.
That's surprising.
No. Alright. What about maybe this system over here? There we go.
Right.
Alright, let's go get to my fleet carrier before it jumps about me.
Yeah, I have yet still to deliver, so hopefully I can take it as well.
Frameshift drive
Bum,
charged.
bum, bum. Yeah, I might have to drag Dad off to do this as well. Make him some money. Shouldn't be that hard to get him into like the top 75% or something. And I might have to go hand in the other two we did the other day, actually.
Good point.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety.
Get the
Frameshift drive charging.
was it paint job? Yeah, paint job.
Yeah.
What does this one give? I think it was like an A-rated pre-engineered killboard scanner.
Yes, and some paint jobs for
Paint
the
jobs, yeah.
cutter and clopper.
Yeah.
But all you have to do, like, is hand in like one bounty basically to get that. It's just for
Well, yeah.
Destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3.
Prestige, you know. I got to the 75%.
yeah. I mean, it's already at tier 4 and probably hit tier 5, I guess. Who knows? But bounty hunting ones often do. They're generally popular.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
So
Everyone is fed up with colonization, so it's nice to have something else to do.
yeah, it's not that I'm fed up with colonization. It's just I want to now start, like, once I'm finished this, I want to start actually developing my systems up,
Destination confirmed.
and I really
Arrival
just
in
wish
5,
they would fix the economy side of things. I don't mind experimenting a little bit, but I don't want to overcommit to building stuff inside my systems if it turns out that they change the rules and then I get it all wrong, I suppose.
Warning, temperature critical.
But ultimately, as I said, I think, like, you know, if you build a refinery on a system, on a planet, and you build have something in orbit above it, ultimately it should be a case that that thing in orbit has refinery goods.
Would make sense.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
So yeah,
I'm just not really like keen on delivering more stuff at the moment.
yeah.
Not solo anyway.
No, I get it. It's been a lot over the last 2 months or so.
Yep. Oh, the 2 months wasn't like bad. They were fairly manageable. Just the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, that mammoth effort you put in on that tier 3 station was, that was huge. You were over 3 times the amount of stuff I delivered. So even if you're a little bit more efficient than me, which I think you are some of the time, right? Yeah, I would say that's what, still 60 hours of solid hauling
Yeah.
at least. At
Yep.
least, yeah.
Yep.
Over a 2-week period. I mean, that's almost a full-time job.
2.5, but yes.
Yeah. It's almost a full-time job on top of your full-time job. Yeah.
Yeah, and I managed it all without, well, I'm going to say without anyone noticing at work, because I'm fairly sure some of the job has suffered as a consequence, but still.
Yeah.
Then again, I worked Monday through Thursday, so I did have a lot of time on Fridays and Sundays, because my Saturdays are usually full. And most of the hauling probably has happened on Friday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 9 minutes to carrier jump. I'll be right back. I take a small break.
Yes, that's fine.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom. All right. We will swap ships here, and then I will also take a short 3-minute break. We'll run some ads. I haven't done enough of that today, so we'll try and turn off the pre-rolls for people coming in for the next hour or so. Where is the crate mark 2? There it is. We'll use the ship for bounty hunting because it's good at it. For people wondering, I do not have an Imperial Corsair because I am currently somewhat money constrained and I do not have the ARX for it. But would be nice. Read about making an Imperial Corsair by long range bounty hunter. But like a fuel scoop and a few other bits and pieces so I can like not have to worry about taking the fleet carrier everywhere I want to go when I go and like want to attack stuff. But anyway, we'll take a 3-minute ad break here, and then I will come back and we can watch the carrier jump from my flight deck. So be right back.
Any passengers who wish to remain in this system must depart the carrier at once.
Alright, we're back. Ooh. Well, I grabbed a snack while I was in there. It's not sitting very well. Oh, give that a second there. Second to calm down. Alright. We'll go watch the jump. Hey, welcome back. I'm just going to go watch the jump from my command deck.
I didn't make it to my command module. I did embark, but I didn't manage to leave the hangar, and it put me back into my ship.
Oh, yeah. I think if you're in the main area, it takes you to the command thing, right? Last time I was in the
so.
bar, and yeah, last time I was in the bar hanging out. There's a video of that on my YouTube actually, because I was fucking fun with all the people hanging out in the bar. Oh, there you go. You've been escorted to your seat. I was literally almost right there, but I was also making fun of these people down here that don't seem to do anything. Like, they're not pushing buttons. Last time, one guy was playing on his tablet.
Yeah, I would imagine that everything he needs is on the screen below, in front of him.
That's alright. Yeah.
Paths retracted. Hangar bays secured.
So we'll see one of them pulls out a tablet this time.
Then again, what's the harm? A little bit of slacking on the job.
So they may not even know I'm here. Like, I'm not here most of the time for jumps. They didn't hear the elevator behind them. Like, I'm up here and I'm watching them. And they're just sitting there. Oh, look. Here we go. He's got his tablet out. What are you doing on that tablet you can't do on the screen in front of you? Why is there a screen in front of you if you just use a tablet? Anyway, we're going to do a 4 and summon the lightning.
Maintenance task confirmation is acknowledged. All decks are prepared for hyperspace.
What do you think this big spinning visual is in the middle here?
I would assume the visual of the system, how various things move inside it. I don't know.
Feels like it's spinning too fast, but it could be. It's probably no. It probably has no purpose whatsoever. The developers just put it there and were like, "Ah, this will look cool."
Well, I mean, that's pretty much a given.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we as players cannot make up our own stories about it.
Attention all carrier crew. Frameshift drive engaged. Attention. Counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I summoned the lightning. What the? What? What the? Why is it?
Yeah, that sometimes happens. I don't
Does
know
it?
what causes it yet.
Like a rendering bug, I guess.
Maybe. My favorite explanation is that you are jumping to or through like bluish hue star, like, you know, the white dwarfs or neutron stars. But that's just me making stuff up, you know.
Yeah. We accidentally jumped for a Fargoid Titan.
Not bad.
That's why the Thargoids are mad at us, because we keep jumping through them when we're hyperspace jumping. And we don't even know. We arrive at the other end and all the goo has already been vaporized off and we have no idea. Bum, 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 bum.
So how do I fly this Python? I haven't started it in like 3 months at this point.
What, your Python? Same way you do it in any ship, you put your nose at your enemy and open fire.
Fair.
It is a cool looking ship, to be fair. It just feels a little bit sad that the Corsair is probably going to make it somewhat obsolete as the newest fighting ship of choice.
Somewhat. Okay, where do I need to sign up? In the key station?
I think so. You can sign up anywhere really, but...
Ah well, fair enough. So where do I deliver this? Maybe the better question.
Gear retracted.
Let's have a look. So I have it in my transactions list. Defeat pirates in planetary rings of Dan. Kid Station. So much more agile. Alright.
Yeah, it's so unusual to be able to move so fast. Even
This.
super cruise.
How many jumps is it going to be? 2 to get there. Nah,
Be
it's not
just
too
one.
bad.
Or 2. Never mind.
I went a little bit further out because I was tired of just getting no space available messages.
Shift drive charging.
As I was saying, when the Corsair releases for
3,
actual credits,
1, engage.
I may well turn it into my long distance bounty hunter, so I don't have to keep... Feels like we'd have enough internal space to fit like a fuel scoop and some other stuff. It'd still be a pretty good combat ship.
I mean, I don't know. Look at me. I have a fuel scope. I have frameshift drive booster, and I'm still barely capable of killing stuff all around me.
And the Python Mark II.
Yep.
I didn't think it had the internal space for...
Maybe it didn't, but I made it. I made space. Or at least I think I have the booster. Let me check. Yep, I definitely have it. And do I have fuel scope? Yep, I have fuel scope 3A, and the booster is 4H. So yeah, it's quite capable.
Fair enough.
Now granted, you might be slightly tougher,
Is within
that is
limits.
fair.
All other systems are at normal level.
Yeah, instead of the friendship drive booster, I put in the Guardian shield booster, so...
That doesn't really make any difference against normal targets, but sure.
It only makes a difference because I don't have a shield cell bank in it, and I was going very shield build, so it makes a difference. It only really makes a difference when you're fighting like those wings of like 3 or 4 decent sized ships solo, and then I can keep your shields up a little bit longer. All right, well, let's go system map and find
System map won't tell you the location of Hazres?
No, but it'll tell me which bodies have rings. So just head to one of those.
I mean, there's like literally 2. Oh, the closest Hazres is like 1000 bicycles from me, so either follow me or go there, or go wherever you pick.
Ah, so there's no Hazres on this one, or was I? Oh no, there is. So going to the Hazres on the big planet with the rings, I guess. So, hold up. Why does that mean so?
Well, I'm still behind you, so go somewhere and I'll follow.
Okay.
I'll bet I think
Yeah.
you are heading to the one I have selected anyway.
Yes, probably. It feels like it would be the closest one. Pirates!
Beware.
We've come to end your reign of tyranny. Not that we care that much about that, but people are paying us, so.
Handsomely at that.
Yeah. You pissed off some powerful businesses that pulled their money together.
Isn't this CG funded by Brewer? They seem to have infinite coffers.
They do, don't they? Where do they get their money from? I should create some sort of like conspiracy video about Brewer Corporation Elite Dangerous. Well, follow the money. Where's the money coming from?
Send them a few fake invoices first.
How do they
Make
make their
yourself
money?
very- I mean, might as well.
Yeah, I'll do it Yamek style, right? Like I'll be like just like me sitting in the cockpit of my ship, going like, "We've been running an investigation into Brewer Corporation. Where does their money come in here?" And then I'll just do like I'll do a thing where I've been like, "And what is that ticking noise in the back of my ship?" And then the ship just blows up. Alright, what do we got? Oop. Felt like we bumped into something. Alright, night vision. Engage night vision. Engage night vision?
Scan detected.
No.
No, it's like, seriously, right? Like, damn it. Alright, there we go. Oh, no, asteroids.
Scan detected.
Wee. No. Oh, there he is. How about that? So we're seeing the show up.
Target shields.
Not sure if crashing into me was the play to go, but there we go.
Yeah, I have to know sometimes.
How did pirates?
Oh.
I'm not expecting mental prowess. Especially from pirates in haulers.
Yeah. Ice clean.
Address is what I meant to say, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Ed Carter. Wanted.
He's like, I'll pry you up, boys.
Meanwhile, it blows up in 5 seconds.
Yeah. So this person just named their ship Al. Or at least they're
Yeah.
in a wing.
Well, the name is not much better, O'Hara.
Maybe they're a celebrity. It's mostly celebrities that just have one name.
Target shields offline.
Prince. Cher.
Warning. Thermal attack. Gaining heat. Target
Oh look,
destroyed.
more others. I'm scared now.
Under attack.
Alright.
Oh, I didn't leave some for me.
We blew up the other guy though, didn't you?
Yeah, didn't you get? But you didn't get a hit on that either.
No, I got the first guy and then my guy.
Alright.
Yeah.
Is that all the pirates? Really?
Surely there's more
Like,
pirates.
seriously?
Is anyone shooting anywhere?
Don't yet.
No, people have been hunting here for a couple of days. Maybe they wiped all the pirates out. These are just the stragglers we picked off.
Oh, I see shooting.
I'll follow you.
Or at least I thought I did. Maybe not. Never mind.
Either that or they blew the thing up.
Yeah.
Surely there's... there's someone named... Yeah. Two.
Okay.
He should be wanted, right? Like...
Claire Amanda.
Oh, Claire. She should be wanted, yep.
Target shields offline. Target destroyed.
Ooh,
Oh, anaconda.
Yeah.
Okay. Synchronized much.
Have you seen, is it Bua Moko or something like that? Like the twin VTubers?
Yeah, yeah. They have quite a few clips of them being synced.
Yeah. My favourite one is when they said, we're individuals, but they synced it.
Yeah.
Target shields offline. Target cargo dropped.
Poor Anaconda showed up thinking it was the big, you know, the big dog in the asteroid belt.
And then got corrected swiftly.
Yeah. That often happens to anacondas, though. Often I see anacondas show up, fly around for a little bit, and next thing it's under attack by like all sorts of ships.
Yep.
Python.
Okay, fair enough.
Target shields offline.
Did I crash into you?
I don't think it was me. Oh,
Target destroyed.
well,
Fair enough.
the Python didn't really put up much of a fight.
Not really, no.
I'm not even sure it shot at any of us, did it?
It did shoot at me because my shields are like about 2 or 3% down. And that I'm not sure if you see it in the distance, like in that direction, but there is like a large cloud, at least on my screen. That usually means that when one of the asteroids was blown up, like in that direction. Not sure if you see it.
I can't see it on my screen, but
Fair. Okay,
maybe it might be something to do with the draw distance or something.
maybe. Well, that's an interesting realization. When you see me circling through targets, every single one is a new journal entry.
Huh.
I've added like a functionality that tells me when events have happened, and it basically triggers like an UI notification. And when I was circling through the targets, I got like 40 notifications at once. It would be nice if you didn't crash into me.
I make no promises. Besides, I have a Healy beam laser, so well, I may have shot you there, but I didn't crash into you.
Target destroyed.
I have a Healy beam laser anyway, so.
Under attack.
I'm not sure why, but I seem to be getting these famous stutters at the moment.
That was an
Like my
interesting
CPU is
video.
doing nothing and my RAM is fine.
Target shields.
Well, it's not 5 past the hour.
At 15 past the hour, but yeah.
Original gunship.
I'm gonna try to restart the game, see if anything
Scan
changed.
detected.
Alright.
Yeah. Don't kill everything.
I'm sure I won't kill everything. I'll leave a sidewinder.
Target shields offline.
Fair. Oh, the game crashed. Okay, well, there was definitely an issue.
Oh,
Target shields offline.
Oh,
Target destroyed.
I was going to say appetite on a Python. That could go either way, but it looks clean.
Especially with the name S.
Under attack.
The dude in the Eagle tells me that I now have no chance because I shot at him.
Is he going to boil you up?
I know, it just says you have no chance now or something. I was like, Says the person whose shields are at 3%. Oh, now they're gone. I haven't even using. I'm not even using my multi-catter deal. I'm using 2 medium hard points. I've got 4 large. I'm not even engaging you. And you're dead.
Yep. Quite surprised we got put into the same instance after game reload, but sure.
Target shields.
Surprise, not complaint.
Under attack. Scan detected. Target destroyed.
Alright, let's secure
Can I now
two.
send you a team? No, I can't. Okay.
I can see a new
Game
one.
still didn't realize we are in the same. If you send anything, I don't see it.
Alright, fair enough. I had the same issue with Dad the other weekend. It was like he was like, I can see you're in the thing with me. I'm sending you team invites. I was like, I'm just not getting them. It took a little.
Now it popped up. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
there it is. That took a second.
Target shields offline. Target destroyed.
Oh, it was dangerous flying on Andreas Overhead's part. I should report
I mean, the
this
ship
pirate
name
to help.
Side Mouth Electron is most funny.
Should report that pirate to health and safety for dangerous flying. They have more bounties added to him. Ooh, food delights.
Don't see it. So I'll just
It's called Fear or Hate. Yep.
How are you already 5 kilometers from?
Pythons move fast.
Yeah, but in the span of me turning around and then crashing into you, of course.
Target shields offline.
That happens. Eagle with no
Hey,
shields.
Did this? Yeah, I was just asked. Did they come with no shields?
They do come with no shields. Mostly harmless. This is obviously a pirate
they
training
actually-
exercise.
Yeah, they actually don't have shield generator. I checked on their manifest.
Charge detected.
Oh, well, no,
Detected. I don't think we are catching that.
probably not. I mean, I'm trying.
I mean, me too. And that.
Nice.
Target destroyed.
I feel
I
so.
love my pack house because I have the effect that they cannot boost on it.
Yeah. Does that feel like some sort of pirate training run or something to you? Like, you know, like, here's a fertilizer.
Maybe.
It's just 2 interns learning the art of piracy.
Maybe. What was more funny, at least to me, I quite literally outran my pack house and they were hitting me.
Target destroyed.
When you're faster than the missiles.
Yeah, I'm faster than the missiles and the missiles were actively hitting my ship.
There was a, there was a thing I remember reading. I think it was a XKCD, What If. Have you read the What If things? Or like...
Remind me because I'm definitely not going to remember by just title.
That's where somebody asks the dude who does XKCD. I think that these are shifted to YouTube now, right? So he does YouTube videos instead of like a big bang. But this was like
Okay.
back in the day. They ask ridiculous questions and he answers them with science, basically. And so one of the questions was, how many AK-47s would you need to stop a moving train?
Target shields offline.
Like by shooting at it.
Scan detected.
And so he was doing the maths on that. And he was saying there was an interesting phenomenon where, like, you'd have to have stack people, like, on both sides of the train tracks so deep with AK-47s that there'll be people with AK-47s behind other people with AK-47s. And so the people shooting at the front, their bullets will have had... Like the bullets will be flying at different times and different distances, so they'll be moving at different speeds due to air resistance, slowing them down different amounts. I said, so it's actually possible for someone to, for bullets to collide with bullets in front of them because they're moving faster than the bullet in front of them at the time.
Okay.
He said it would be very rare, statistically very unlikely, but if you had that many people shooting AK-47s stacked the way you would need to stop a train,
Yeah.
then it would almost certainly happen a few times. Most of his what-if stories generally end up with the planet being destroyed though, which is quite funny.
Target shields offline. Target destroyed.
Because there's a tendency to say, what if we were to go more power for this?
Target shields offline.
There is the like a subreddit. I'm not sure what your opinion on Reddit is, but there is a subreddit that basically its name is Humanity Fuck Yeah,
Target
and
destroyed.
they post like stories that usually depict humanity in a very positive way. And there is one story that kind of relates to what you've just said. That, you know, make it bigger, make it tougher, make it stronger.
Yeah.
I will. Oops. Okay. I shot the wrong guy. I'll be back. Don't shoot it.
Yes.
But the story is quite interesting. I will have to go find it because it's really interesting. Like, I don't want to spoil it because it's the kind of the, you know, the
Send
point
it-
of the story.
Send me a link to it.
Charge detected.
Oh look, there
Yeah,
was a wanted Python Mark II, but it's getting away.
Well, I'm getting away because I'm fairly sure I would have shot the innocent ship again. With my luck.
No, that joke was about you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
You wanted.
Makes sense.
There's not
Actually,
a
I'm
lot
going
of-
to clear my bounty.
There's not a lot of like pirates here for a Hazres.
I'm not complaining.
Under attack. Target shields offline.
Yeah, I remember there was. I remember seeing a couple of those stories. I think mostly when they've been reposted on Facebook or.
Target destroyed.
Yeah, they are being picked up by YouTube content creators that usually just narrate them with AI. So I'm fairly sure you may have even stumbled into the one I mean.
It's possible. Was it the one about yeeting things?
No.
I remember that one. There was another one I remember.
I don't even know which one that is, to be fair.
The story, well, I mean, without wrecking it too much, I guess. Well, let me know if you want me to tell you what the story is, or if you want to just go find it.
Sure, tell me, I don't really mind. If you find the link, then later do send it to me anyway, I will happily read it.
Yeah. So, the story goes that humanity sort of made interstellar space travel, right? And then they got invited to join the coalition of species that had done that. And then they were invited to the meeting of the coalition, and the coalition of species was like, well, what's your species do? Because every species has their own unique, like, skill that they're good at. And like this species here is good at like diplomacy. This other species is good at this or that. And the human, deciding to be like a little bit jokey, said, "Oh, we're good at yeeting things, just good at throwing things," which is actually true. If you look it up, humans are the most proficient animal species at actually throwing stuff.
Okay.
Like, just facts. We throw things way better than any other animal species. Like,
Interesting.
yeah, we're literally good at yeeting stuff. And so and then he got laughed out of the thing, and everyone was like making fun of humans and stuff. And he was like, I was just joking around, and like, you know, and they're like, oh, they're such primitive savages, and you know, and then he was like, all right, fuck this. So they're like, we don't want anything to do with you, really. Like, we'll just keep to our own area of space, you keep to yours, and do not fucking start any shit with us. And the only people that, the only race that were, wanting to then talk to humans were the race that was good at, negotiating stuff. And then the other races started to get pretty suspicious of this race, because they were getting very, very wealthy. And they're like, how are you making so much wealth? And they're like, well, it turns out the humans are really good at mining. And they're like, how would they be good at mining? And they're like, oh, just trust us, they are. And then they were like, going around, they'd pick a martyr, they were like trying to force other species into their coalition. And and the story goes that they crossed the wrong species, and it started coming after them. And it was like destroying their ships, and their armada was fleeing. But their armada was programmed on its flight path to not go into human space.
Target destroyed.
And so it took a long route to get to a spot to avoid a particular corner of human territory, human space territory. And the other fleet did not avoid the territory. And they were waiting for the fleet to emerge from the human territory to like continue the war, and it never did. And then the video emerged that showed the fleet entering human territory, and the human, like, a warning being played, going, you've entered human territory, please remove yourself. And the enemy fleet was flying next to an asteroid belt, and it just ignored the warnings. And then the asteroids all fired up rocket drives, and all the asteroids slammed themselves into the enemy fleet, destroying it. And they were like, and the people were like, what? And the negotiators were like, how do you think the humans are so good at mining? They yeet asteroids at other asteroids.
Okay.
So they were like literally putting rocket engines on asteroids and yeeting them into other asteroids to break them open. And then I took out on the side.
I sent you the two stories I meant. One is better than the other. But yeah.
Under attack.
You don't of course have to read them now, like it's not to
Oh no, I'll read it after stream, yeah. I'll have a quick look and see if I've read any of them first. Hold on, just give me a check.
One is about super carriers, where a insect-like species discovered that our super carriers are much bigger than theirs.
Oh.
And the other one is where humanity is present in thousands of galaxies, and fight a space black, basically. If none of those ring a bell, that you haven't read those.
Yeah, I don't think I've read either of those. What humans call overkill a human supercarrier. Alright.
Yeah.
There was one I read was called,
They are quite a fun read.
yeah. There was one I read called The Humans Answered, or something, which was like,
Yeah, there are many of those, yeah.
yeah, which was like, humans had sort of, like, all the other species had kind of like screwed over humans, and humans had locked themselves into a corner of the galaxy, and not want to do anything to anybody else.
Yeah,
And
that
like,
is quite popular variation of the story.
yeah. And some brave species comes asking for help. And then the humans respond and just wipe out, like, the entire aggressor race or something.
Yeah.
And there was another one where, like, everybody's scared of the humans because they're like, humans are space orcs or something. There's that kind of...
Yeah.
They're fun stories, though.
Yeah, the authors on the subreddit are quite talented, so...
Yeah, I do like the ones where they sort of give humanity credit for what humanity does well, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
a lot of people... A lot of people like are like, oh, humans are the worst, people are the worst. And it's like, yeah, sometimes, but there's some shit that actually,
Destroyed.
as a species, we do very, very well.
Scan detected.
Yeah.
Not just eating stuff.
Not just eating stuff or shooting stuff.
Scan detected. Under attack. Target shields offline.
There is one more story that I quite enjoyed. Let me look it up. It's a several parter,
Yeah.
but I enjoyed that one as well. I sent it to you. It's basically about the first contact with a species that is next to immortal.
Oh, that's interesting.
The immortality part is not the point, but yeah. It's basically about the first contact with an alien species. And it's quite interesting. It takes a different view on the state of things, if you will. Like, most of the stories will talk about humanity, what they do, what they don't, what they excel at, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And this one takes it from the other side, like from the point of view of an alien meeting humans.
Yeah. I'm gonna put a thing into actual stream chat if you're interested about the throwing stuff, because this is legitimately a thing. This is a Harvard like paper, I think, or a Harvard thing.
I'll throw it into ChatGPT to summarize it.
Sure.
Also, if you're interested, I got yeeted 130 light years away to the correctional facility from here.
When you hand yourself in.
Yep.
That's a little bit harsh.
Scan detected.
Slightly.
Under attack.
I'm almost back, but...
Scan detected.
Wasn't quite expecting 130 plus YD.
Scan
Yeah.
detected.
All the juicy bounties that ran away from me because of it. Now granted I shouldn't have shot green ship, that is my fault.
Target shields offline.
Oh! I might have to run.
Are you getting destroyed?
I got kind of scratched into an asteroid, so I lost a lot of my shields. And I've got 3 ships on me, including a federal assault ship.
Bad.
Under attack.
But I am faster than they are. So I just need to, just need to recharge my shields a bit and then come back into the fight.
Yep. What are you running on that Pivies?
What was that, sorry?
What kind of shield are you running on that Python? Pivies?
Bioweaves, yeah.
Or like, yeah. Those recharge fairly quickly.
Yep. When am I gonna finish this guy off?
Target shields offline.
Okay, so much for waiting for the shields to recharge.
I recharged a little bit. Oh!
Shields offline.
Shields offline! But I can kill that guy before I run away. Alright, there we go.
Taking internal damage. Target destroyed.
Todd is dead. Sorry, Todd. That's just the way things have to be. Oh, they're firing missiles at me. That's not fair. Maybe I can outrun missiles. Who knows?
Be able to.
Alright. Let's put 4 pumps in the systems.
I'm coming to your rescue. Slowly. Well, as fast as I can. Are they still chasing you? It's like it.
Yeah, I think they're out of range now. I don't know if they'll have turned around or not. Let's go back and have a look. They'll show up on my radar pretty quickly if they are. Like 50 k's away from them.
Oh, you can see the blown up asteroid field. Now.
Oh, yeah, the blue thing.
Yeah.
There.
Not the other one, the on the other side.
Oh, there.
Not just the nebula, there's a nebula, but the on the other side, that's a huge bigger cloud.
That's kind of cool. Oh, look. The Archon's still after me. Maybe. Oh no, they're leaving. What? We hadn't finished our
They lost
engagement.
interest.
Oh, surge detected. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah, over here as well.
Yeah, that is what the one I meant. The other one is nebula in the background.
Yeah.
It's not an actual asteroid blown up. But that's what it usually looks like when you blow up an asteroid.
Should we have a look?
Not
Who's
sure
been
if
doing
you'll
what?
see it, but sure.
I mean, we'll just pull up and be like, hey, that was my asteroid you blew up. You owe me.
All the diamonds. Multi-energy diamonds.
All the lithium shit, yeah. And all the rest of your cargo. As compensation.
I can't actually see the cloud that you have just entered on stream. But, oh well.
Not really seeing much in the way of anything here.
Yeah, I did say that you're probably not going to see it.
I do see Anaconda though.
You do. You do, indeed. Okay. I don't have the hard points out.
Hit shaft. Well, we're both right here.
Yeah, good luck avoiding shaft with that big of a ship.
Yeah.
Under attack. Target shields offline.
That sounds like it's blown up.
Scan detected.
Those internal security service eagles hanging around.
Detected.
Probably trying to report back to their bosses that they took down a big anaconda and like, oh, God, it was definitely us.
Yeah, the commander stole the bounty from us, that's it, why it's not on our
Yeah.
bounty list.
We were tracking a pirate anaconda. The pirate anaconda is now destroyed. Our job is done. Like,
Yep.
where are all the ships at?
Oh, there is a Type 9. Oh, also Type 9. But I'm fairly sure that's not a pirate.
What about Nimbus over here?
Yeah, that probably is one.
No, clean.
Never mind.
Probably a good thing you didn't open fire, huh?
Well, kind of.
Scan detected.
Yeah, we've all
Yeah.
done that before, right? Where you're just a little bit too trigger happy.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think this courier is wanted.
And this courier is Lestrade.
With
It's
the
like
ship
a-
name Horror.
It's reference to Anne Rice in Interview with a Vampire, maybe.
Come on, let me shoot you. Oh, still moving.
Target shields offline. Scan detected. Target destroyed.
Always satisfying when the missiles hit.
Yeah. I do enjoy the pack hounds on my cutter. Whoop.
Yep.
I was like imagining the it was like imagining the reaction of the pirates when suddenly the whole sky in front of them is filled with pack hound trails.
Target destroyed.
And there, I thought this was a
Incoming,
cargo ship.
incoming.
Yeah. And the whole like, I thought this was a cargo ship.
Scan detected.
Well.
Biden plan. Okay. Bean, sorry, not plan.
Nah.
Target shields offline.
But I suppose the outline of the ship does look a little like the head of a trident. Maybe.
Maybe.
Target destroyed. Frameshift charge detected.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh no, you don't.
Target shields offline.
Okay. What the hell was that for a paper hull? It
Oh.
took twice as long to clear the shield than to kill its hull.
Yeah, some ships are like that. But if you're going to be a shield tank, at least have a stronger shield than that.
Oh, true.
Python, Quarrelsome Chaos.
Yeah, all I can see is the Python as well. Matthew Lord. Okay.
Under attack. Target shields offline.
Sorry, Matthew, but you're flying last year's model.
Target destroyed.
I got a Federal assault ship, but the name isn't particularly piratey. Let's see. Oh no, this Wanton. Look at that. Who'd you tag? Someone all the way over there.
There was an Adra.
Under
I just triggered it to pull it closer and we can kill these first.
Alright.
scan detected.
Woo.
Target shields offline.
There is also an FDL close by.
Is that?
Yeah.
I do
I
like.
think I saw an FDL.
I do like blown up FTLs for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Don't know.
Under attack. Target shields.
Oh come on, did it have to get shield back?
Target shields offline.
Alright, bad now.
Did he just boost into me and blow himself up?
Destroyed.
I think so.
It's like I might be going out, but I'm going out my way.
Target shields offline.
Oh well, that is it.
And here is the FDL.
Inferno Limbo.
Under attack.
That's a lot of lasers from her.
Target shields offline.
I'm counting at least 4. I think. Oh, never mind, it's just 2.
I think a four lasers makes sense on a Third Alliance though. I'd either have one huge laser and 4 multi-cannons. I'd run 4 medium lasers and 1 huge multi-cannon. Or cannon, maybe.
Fair.
4 medium beam lasers and a huge cannon could be fun.
Yeah, I don't know if your power plant can carry that, but sure.
Yeah, you might have to engineer the beam lasers to be efficient or something, maybe.
Even then it will be a hard sell.
How big is the power plant on the Third Alliance?
I think it's 6 or maybe 5, I don't know.
You'd think combat focused ships would have a big power plant and power distributor for the weapons.
Guess so.
But they don't really seem to always roll that way.
Target shields offline.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean you want to run weapons on a combat ship? We didn't design the power plant and power distributor for that.
Target cargo dropped. Target destroyed.
But it's originally tried, I originally tried 3 beam lasers on this, like 2 medium, 1 large,
Under attack.
and that struggled a fair bit.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Shields offline.
So I swapped the large beam laser for another large multi-cannon. I went 2 medium beam lasers and 4 large multi-cannons. And the power distributor seems to like that a lot better.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Target destroyed.
I don't know. It's a mystery.
David Jane Bond, and it's green.
Ah. Perfect Pentinent. Eagle. Pilot name is just Andy. And it is wanted. Andy, you've been a bad boy. You deserve this, Andy. You know it's true.
Target shields offline.
Well, he still didn't
Target
believe it.
destroyed.
It was taking him a moment to accept it, but he just didn't have that moment. Because he was, you know, flying an Eagle that was getting attacked by 2 much larger ships.
There is a dying scout, Diamondback scout, close-ish.
Just so we, Third Alliance sort of behind you, but we'll hit the scout first, I guess.
Target shields offline.
I like how you originally accidentally called it a dying scout, which is surprisingly accurate.
Did I? Okay.
That's how it sounded to me. You said there's a dying scout, and you were like, then you changed it to a Diamondback scout.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I did.
Well, I mean, that's accurate. It was dying.
Fair.
Under attack.
Might need a shield heal after this one.
Okay.
Scan detected. Target shields offline.
Alright, I need more distance on them. Let's get some distance on the turn. There we go. Alright.
Target destroyed.
And
Oh,
then...
look, more FDL.
Oh yeah, just give me a sec here. Oh, there you are. Right there.
Yeah.
Be healed. You know, because... that's how lasers work.
Some of them do. You know, a laser eye surgery is quite healing. Oh, slightly healing.
Is it the lasers that do the healing though, or will the lasers do something else?
I think the lasers burn the faulty tissue, and then I don't know how the laser eye surgery works. I'm not going to speculate. Thank
Fair
you
enough.
for the heal. Let's kill the
Twin
FDL.
Lance? Oh. Oh, Gabriel! Bad news, Gabriel. Gabriel Cushing.
Well, the ship name being Grave is quite poetic.
Yes.
Target shields offline. Under attack. Module malfunction.
Why am I getting a module malfunction?
Target destroyed.
Probably from the rockets that hit you like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I think it would malfunction at the time, right? When you're free over there.
Maybe.
Well, the rocket has caused stress fractures, and your continual firing of the weapon has exacerbated those stress fractures to the point the weapon is now malfunctioning.
You know, the cooling unit got damaged. So.
Target shields offline. Scan detected. Frameshift charge detected.
What? You just want to hang around and fight. All this team trying to run away.
Target destroyed.
The DBX was tougher than it needed to be. Although they didn't have any rights to be rather.
Scan detected. Frameshift charge detected. Scan detected. Target shields offline. Target destroyed.
Oh, another wing of free. What fun.
Interesting.
Target shields offline.
Whee!
Target destroyed.
Oh, this guy's trying to shoot me. That's not very, friendly.
Advisable.
Yeah, advisable. Yeah, only those words. He's trying to run. Oh, maybe not.
Frameshift charge detected.
Oh, he is trying to run. You're gonna run.
Executing now.
Target destroyed.
Oh, there's
Alright, I'm getting slightly tired. So.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, there is a huge fight in the background, so I'm gonna try participate in that, but after that, I'm probably going to head in and go.
fair enough.
It is 3 AM after all.
Yes, that's fair. The whole daylight savings thing has put us
Messing me
a
up,
bit
yeah.
out of sync, yeah. Oh, we have an Imperial Clipper. I'm on my way over. I'm almost out of ammo anyway, so.
Fair.
Under attack.
Oh look, an FDL is
Target
shooting me.
destroyed.
Didn't even notice.
Scan.
Well, my shield noticed, but I didn't.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think I heard an anaconda somewhere close.
Scan detected.
Oh, yep, I just saw the anaconda.
Yeah. Funny when you can recognize the ships by what they sound like.
Yeah. Surprising how accurate sound can be for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's also a testament to the game's sound designers that each ship has such a unique sound to it.
Yep, definitely. Just the anaconda.
Target destroyed.
I don't know, where'd it go?
Found it. Shot it before I scanned it, but I just assuming it's a pirate.
Scan detected.
Well, it seems wanted, yep. Alright, see some distance in the turn. we go.
Under attack.
It's relatively tough.
All is elite.
That is true. The Elite Anaconda. Let's get a little distance from each ship so we stop bashing it. His shields will probably appreciate that.
Warning. Engine disruption. Drives locked at minimum level.
We hit me with something that lost my drives.
Did one of them hit you? Sorry.
Oh, that was you. I got hit by one of your
Pack hound.
pack hounds, yeah.
But the experimental I mentioned, they lock the drives at maximum level, so you can't boost. For like, I don't know, it's like 5 to 10 seconds? I don't know.
Under attack.
Right, it's that. It should be. Anyway, yeah.
Nice. And I am out of ammo.
1.2 million. Nice.
That is a nice payout, yes. And I'm out of multi-cannon ammo and all but one multi-cannon that has 22 rounds though.
Yeah. Time to restock.
Yeah.
Or go back to hauling, whichever you choose.
I'll probably go back to hauling and I'll come here later in one of my like Mandalay or something to hand in. Just wanted to take a little bit of a break from hauling and get the rewards for this. Right, where's Kid Station?
Yeah, a pre-engineered kill balance scanner is nice, especially when it's a fast scan and long range.
Yeah, that was a nice combination, right? Like, right, Kid Base, Kid Station. There we go. I just have a fair bit of hauling I need to get done in the next couple of weeks. Finish these stations off.
Frameshift drive charging.
That one,
Yeah, it
Dad's
will
one.
be nice to not have to be on time crunch.
1.
Yeah,
Engage.
that will definitely be good. But it is nearly 1 PM for me, and I am getting hungry. So I'll probably end stream once I've handed in here, and then I'll go back to hauling on my own time, sort of off stream. Might do more for Dad's station this afternoon. If I can get that knocked off, maybe I can point Dad at my other station I need done.
Yeah, get him hauling. That's what he wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, I just haven't seen him on in the last, like, playing much of any game in the last couple of days. So
But
need to give him a ring and see what's going on. But I can probably drag him. Probably drag him to do some bounty hunting as well.
Yep.
Because if I mean, what do you reckon? We'll be at least top 75% surely, right? After the session.
Well, I don't know how much I have. You have probably slightly more because you've been fighting the whole time. Looks like I have about 17, 20 million, give or take.
That's quite a bit, though.
I'm fairly sure the percentage I can do be fairly high. Actually, let me look at Inara, what Inara thinks. But Leslie was talking, so I don't think it'll blow up by the station.
Yeah, so it'd be a shame to lose all your bounty vouchers.
Yeah. Community goals. Yeah, we might actually be even in the top 25. According to Inara, the 25 border is at 20 million. Which is going to rise, and granted it doesn't even contain all of the commanders that in the game, but it's fairly indicative.
Yeah.
Fairly accurate, usually. Some people have been at this for quite a while, probably, because the top contribution seems to be around 300 million. Which, granted, can be done in few hours, but still.
Yeah. And it could probably, like, top contributions may be people on the wing as well. Like, if you got four of you...
Definitely. Oh.
4 of you hunting, then like, you can do 300 million in a fair amount of time. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm at 17 million.
There's a lot of
That
stuff
has put
here.
me in top 50%, so yeah, it's fairly accurate, based on Inara.
$23 million. But I'm not sure all of that was from hunting here. I probably had a few million staked up from pirates that have interdicted me. So let's have a look. Community goals. Yeah, top 50%. Which is like 180 million, right? I mean, that's
Yep.
not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna head out. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, I believe.
Yes, Sunday. Yep.
And yeah, Sunday. And I guess talk to you later.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll catch up with you
Alright.
at some
See ya.
point in the next couple of days.
Yes. Okay, see ya.
Alright, see ya. Okay, well, let's find someone to raid out to. Sorry, I got getting caught up on something online there. Who are we going to raid today? Let's see who is online. Yuki Mini, we raided Mini yesterday. Well, no, we didn't. We raided someone else yesterday. To be hindrance. Alright. Let's raid Tippy. Tippy's always fun. Alright, I've had a good time streaming today, and I hope people have had a good time watching. I really appreciated the people chatting to me and hanging out. So yeah, I'll hopefully see you all again in a couple of days time. It might be 3 days before I'm back online streaming, though. I gotta go into work the next 2 days. And then after that, I should be free to stream most mornings before work. And Friday is, of course, a public holiday next week because it's Easter. So should all be good. Anyway, all that being said, Raiders going out. Catch everyone later.